but also encourages skills and creativity and provides a source of income for women and their families. And the billums can be used many times over if carefully looked after, and can be mended if a string becomes loose. In Fiji, people from all walks of life have been engaging on addressing the issue of litter from the community level, and particularly when it comes to ocean litter. In 2017, I remember, I think Anthony joined us, and we had support of SPREP in what we call the Viti Sup and Va Healthy Ocean Collective, where we paddled down rivers, picking waste as we went and collecting the waste in the harbors that we visited around Viti level, this island. Stand-up paddlers, outrigger paddlers, the Suva Harbor Foundation, even from USP, Andrew Paris and the Pacific Ocean Litter Youth Project, Benuna Waitui, another project. These are small initiatives by communities whose hearts have been pricked to do something about the environment. On one particular World Oceans Day, the then Archbishop of Polynesia, Winston Halapur, reminded us that each time we pick a piece of litter up that is not ours, it is our collective confession to what we all are doing wrong. And many times people question the value of such small-scale actions in an age that requires urgent global action to make significant difference. Isn't it just a drop in the vast ocean? And here's where the sermon starts. Jesus said, "Whoever gives one of these little ones even a cup of cold water will not lose their reward." He reminds us that small actions matter. According to Jesus, none is too small. These small acts of celebration and defiance offer an affirming flame, and they're encouragements, signs of belief, an act of communion. They say, "Here I am, and here I stand," and they invite others to take a stand too. They can be inspiring, sparking new awareness and commitment in others, and who knows where such small steps might lead. To minds changed, new possibilities understood, different choices made, new activists and leaders forged. This is a time to protect God's creation. This is a time for all of us to join our hands together. A time where we face so much crisis around the environment. This is a time where we all need to step up. Let us pray. God of the land, the sea, and the sky, grant us the grace to grow deeper in our respect of and care for your creation. O Lord, help us to recognize the sacredness of all your creatures as a sign of your wondrous love. Help us to turn from the selfish consumption of resources meant for all and to see the impacts of our choices on the poor and vulnerable. We pray for an end to the waste and desecration of God's creation, for access to the fruits of creation to be shared equally among all people, and for communities and nations to find sustenance in the fruits of the earth and the water that God has given us. Almighty God, you created the world and gave it into our care, so that in obedience to you, we might serve all people. Inspire us to use the riches of creation with wisdom and to ensure that their blessings are shared by all, that trusting in your bounty, all people may be empowered to seek freedom from poverty, famine, and oppression, and be given the courage and the wisdom to care for our common home. In your name we pray. Amen.
Yes, Vinakavalevu, Padre, thank you very much for that words of inspiration. I like the, when you pick up rubbish, if you pick up rubbish that's not yours, it's our collective confession, Naka. May the blessing today May it bless our minds so that we may know what to do, our lips so that we may be able to speak and do the right thing, and our hearts so that we are able to love what we do. Thank you. It's my pleasure to now call upon the Honorable Dr. Mahendra Reddy, the Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Environment, to deliver his keynote address. Sir, may I invite you to the podium. Naka.
The Director General of SPREP, Mr. Fenaya Nawandra, the Director of Environment, Ms. Sandeep Singh, the Charge d'Affaires of Australian High Commission, Paul Wilson, Reverend James Bhagwan, workshop participants, ladies and gentlemen, Nimbula Nakatiyon. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that there's about over 160 participants who have registered for this workshop, and many are joining online from the other side of the world, the Caribbean, Europe, India, Japan, Asia, UK, and US, as well as from our own neighbors here in the Pacific. And this attendance is a testament and clearly demonstrates the seriousness of the issue of plastic pollution worldwide. I must say that over the last 2 decades, there is a global movement towards generating discourse, creating awareness to eradicate or minimize the volume of plastic that goes into our environment. This high level of attendance also demonstrates the awareness of the triple planetary crisis that we are being faced with: climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. Each of these issues has its own causes and effects, and each issue needs to be resolved if we are able to, if you would want to have a viable future on this planet, or if you want to hand over this planet in the same way as it was handed over to us to future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pacific region, the triple planetary crisis is a daily reality and draws on the importance of the region's national environment, the health, prosperity, cultural identity, and well-being of Pacific communities and beyond. This is undisputed and well acknowledged in the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent endorsed at the 51st Pacific Islands Forum held last month here in Fiji. The Pacific leaders also recognize the opportunity of the Blue Pacific narrative to reinforce the potential of its shared stewardship of the Pacific Ocean and to reaffirm the connections of the Pacific people with their natural resources, environment, culture, and livelihood. Ladies and gentlemen, our Pacific people drew strength and source of livelihood, bonding with this natural environment, which is now becoming a threat to their own survival. Ladies and gentlemen, this workshop is a result of the 5th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly resolution, called End Plastic Pollution Towards an International Legally Binding Instrument, unquote, and the formation of an Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to negotiate a global legally binding agreement to address the full cycle of plastic pollution by 2024, which we, Fiji, are strongly supporting. Ladies and gentlemen, the UNA 5.2 resolution aligns and incorporates our concerns and commitments as outlined in the Pacific Regional Declaration on the prevention of marine litter and plastic pollution and its impact. The Pacific Island members are custodians of the largest ocean that makes up 98% of the ocean. Our EEZ comprises over 10% of the world's ocean, which provides vital ecosystem services valued in many billions of dollars, underpinning economic sustainability in the region. As a region, we are acutely aware of the pervasive transboundary and persistent nature of plastics pollution and the impact that it has on the health and well-being of our communities and environment, directly to our communities around the coastal area and indirectly to communities throughout the small islands in Fiji and the Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, Pacific region contributes as little as 1.3% of global plastic pollution. Yet we are grossly and disproportionately affected by its impact. The Second World Ocean Assessment states that the highest recorded quantity of floating plastics are in the South Pacific subtropical gyre. Currently, 368 million metric tons of new plastics is produced annually and is set to double by 2040 if nothing much is done. The accelerating rate of plastics production and consumption is deeply worrying. It is heartbreaking to note that 90% of current plastics production ends up in our environment. We are concerned for the migratory marine species such as seabirds, marine turtles, sharks, whales, as they are highly vulnerable to the impacts of marine plastics through entanglement and ingestion of plastic. Many of these species are endangered or threatened, and also important cultural icons for Pacific and its people, lifestyle, culture, tradition. We support the need for reduction of new plastic production, the phasing out of toxic and avoidable plastics, problematic and single-use plastic products, additives, and the harmonization of design and labeling standards to support transition to a safe, circular global economy and to find alternatives to allow for our continued economic development and to support human and biodiversity health. The Pacific recognizes that our ability to address plastic pollution collaboratively, to craft cooperative and sustainable solutions, build on the opportunities provided by the ecosystem services, and secure our political commitment will determine the future not only for Pacific but for the planet. During the UNEA 5.2, Fiji strongly supported the proposal for the establishment of Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on marine litter and plastic pollution in the effort towards achieving a global agreement without delay, the urgent actions to prevent plastic and microplastics pollution. In this conclusion, Fiji was content with the resolution that was passed and views the legally binding global agreement as a base for effective action. Orchestrating the dynamics of marine litter actions at every level, Fiji will work with all relevant actors in this space to address the global plastic crisis that is before us. Since 2020, plastic bags with thickness of less than 50 microns and made up of whole or part polyethylene are no longer manufactured, distributed, or sold in Fiji. The only exceptions are those used for food packaging, production, garbage bags. Some question why plastic bags above 50 microns were allowed in transition. We are testing to see how these thicker plastic bags will be recycled. In addition to this, non-biodegradable plastics are not allowed into Fiji unless it is used for food and beverage preservation, pharmaceutical and medical use, or for packaging of products for exporting or re-exporting. And in this case, importers need to obtain clearance from Ministry of Environment. Similarly, since 2021, the import of polystyrene, styrofoam containers, cups, plates, and trays have been banned. Ladies and gentlemen, as alluded to earlier, this is the first Pacific Preparatory Workshop to prepare the Pacific region for the first Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee meeting later this year. On this note, I encourage all participants to discuss key issues to be covered in the first INC to develop an international, legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, such as the principles, objective, scope of the framework, options for a framework versus detailed specific agreements, elements and control measures, options to support implementation compliance, priorities, barriers and needs of PICs in meaningful participating in INC process, and implementing the new agreement, such as technology transfer, capacity building, and finance. I hope that you will have an open and frank discussions of the key INC issues to ascertain Pacific priorities, the 6 cluster discussions, which will provide your government representatives the useful information for the consideration on Thursday, which I understand will be chaired by our Director Environment. I would like to acknowledge and thank the organizers of this workshop, in particular SPREP, the Government of Australia, DFED, for a generous financial contribution, Pacific leaders, and all the participants from all across the world for taking out your valuable time to deliberate on this important matter for all of us. Thank you, Naka.
The Honourable Minister, thank you very much for that important message. May I now call upon the Honourable Mr. Paul Wilson, the Judicial Affairs for the Australian High Commission here in Suva, to deliver his address. Sir, you have the floor.
Honourable Minister, Director General, Reverend James, ladies and gentlemen here in Suva and tuning in from around the world, good morning, at least good morning for those in this time zone. And it's lovely to see you here today. I want to express my thanks to SPREP for inviting me to speak today about this significant issue of plastic pollution, particularly in the Pacific region. And I'm pleased that Australia is partnering with SPREP to deliver this important workshop as part of broader support to Pacific Island countries to engage in the upcoming negotiations on the new global plastic pollution treaty. Australia was pleased to join calls for this new global agreement, which will form part of the global response that is urgently required to stem the flow of plastics into our oceans, to improve our oceans' health, and to ensure a sustainable ocean economy. Plastic pollution, I don't need to tell you, plastic pollution is a major issue for our region that affects our ecosystems, fisheries, coastal tourism, human health, shipping and trade. And we understand the urgency of the plastics challenge facing the planet and our oceans, and we're committed to being a full partner in the global fight to solve it. Indeed, at the recent UN Oceans Conference in Lisbon, our Minister for the Environment, the Honourable Tanya Plibersek, stated Australia's ambition to see a plastic-free Pacific within our lifetimes. Now, at home, Australia is taking significant steps to manage plastics pollution, including through our waste export ban and investments in recycling infrastructure. We're also working with Australian states and territory governments and industry on a range of practices, including phasing out unnecessary single-use plastics. And across the region, Australia has joined the Australia, New Zealand, and Pacific Island countries' Plastics Pact, ANZPAC, by working together and combining our knowledge and our experience. By doing so, we hope this will lead to a regional circular economy for plastic packaging. We're also partnering with SPREP to reduce marine plastic litter through the Pacific Ocean Litter Project, which is worth $16 million. And that's helping Pacific Island countries refuse, reduce, and find alternatives to single-use plastics. Together, we have a collective responsibility to secure our region's interests in the new global Pacific plastics instrument and to assure Pacific voices are heard. And on the hearing of Pacific voices, I just wanted to emphasize the point that the Australian government has been making in recent weeks and months, in that on this issue and on a broad range of issues, we have our views, but we also want to listen, and we're listening very, very carefully to the Pacific. And certainly this is a very critical issue where we want to hear Pacific voices, and we want to actively listen to Pacific voices as we work together as a region, but also on the global stage for this very, very important global objective. So we're looking forward to working with our Pacific neighbours and listening to our Pacific neighbours and the whole international community to develop an ambitious instrument on plastic pollution. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope that we have a very successful workshop leading to success on the global stage. Vinaka Vakalevu.
Yes, I thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Paul Wilson, the Sharia Affairs for Australian High Commission here in Suva, for that very important message. And thank you very much to the Government of Australia for the kind funding support. Thank you. We now request Mr. Sefana Nawandra, the Director General for SPREP, for his address. Sefana Nawandra, you have the floor.
Reverend James, the General Secretary of the Pacific Council of Churches, and rubbish picker extraordinaire. Dr. Reddy, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Environment. And Mr. Paul Wilson, the Chargé d'Affaires at the Australian High Commission. I also acknowledge Dr. Subrata Sinha, who's the acting head of UNEP Pacific Office. Colleagues, it's good to see some of you for the first time. I know there's some we've been in contact with by email, but because of the 3-year isolation, we haven't been able to meet. And there are also a lot of old friends that we've had the opportunity to catch up with already. And I'm sure we will catch up a lot more during the next few days. First off, I'd just like to acknowledge the support from Australia. Those of you who were fortunate to be here during the Forum Leaders meeting last month would have noted the excitement that many of us shared in the re-engagement of Australia in the region, not only in climate change, but in all aspects of the work that's being done in the region. There was a lot of excitement, a lot of goodwill to work together on issues, including environmental issues. We're very thankful that the process for the INC is being given special support through Australian funding and also through the existing Pacific Ocean Litter project, which we were fortunate in some ways that because it had been held up because of COVID, we still had quite a lot of resources to allocate to the new direction that the INC has set in the global agenda for plastics. We are also fortunate that Subrata is able to join us today. It wasn't planned. He was just over on a visit to see the office in Samoa and make some courtesy calls here in Fiji. The reason why I'm saying it's fortunate, because Subrata has been active in UNEA and also in looking after part of this process that has led to the INC. So you can get some information of him that you will not be able to get of other people who are here. So I urge that you make use of the time he has here with us. I won't go into the history and the reason why we're doing this. I think that's quite clear and has been outlined very well by the 3 speakers before me. But there's just a few things I'd like to add to hopefully help you in your deliberations, not only this week, but going forward into the process. The first thing is that we're very lucky to be involved in an INC process like this. It doesn't come around very often. It's not often that the global community agrees to put in place a global legal mechanism. I was lucky as a young officer with the Environment Department here in Fiji to be involved with the INC process for climate change and CBD. And the things I learned from that process have stood me for the rest of my career. And I urge you to make use of this process because it's something that will stand you well in your professional and technical careers going forward. It's often exercise in tedium because you're talking about not only technical things, but it's also a negotiation and a diplomatic process. So don't expect to win everything. It's a give and take. Sometimes it defies logic, what ends up being agreed, but it's what's agreed. And the important thing is that we are prepared for the process and to be able to speak with a loud voice from the Pacific on what we want in the global legal instrument. I think we are well placed because a lot of our countries, as you've heard from the minister, have put in place things in their own countries that are already contributing to the actions that need to be taken under the global legal instrument. We already have a regional declaration on plastics that could form part of the core of what we push to do. And we already have a good network of technical experts. And we are also connected with our diplomatic teams in New York, in Geneva, in Brussels. There's a growing diplomatic community here in Fiji that we can use to help us to work together during this process. Because the negotiation process doesn't only happen during the committees itself. There's a lot of things that happen intersessionally. So we need to connect with those missions that represent us in these various discussions that happen not only in formal rooms like this, but in the corridors. I hope that when you go through the discussions, you will feel as excited as some of us here are in this process. It will be a new process for many of you, but don't be afraid of the process. It's just another process, but you come prepared with what you know so that you can contribute to the overall product that we come with at the end of the 2 or 3 day discussion we have. The way that we've set up the meetings, the first 2 days are workshops, and then the third day is a strategy meeting for SPREP members. Because like all processes, there's some where everyone can be involved. There's some that only the governments are involved in. So I hope that those of us who will not be able to partake of the discussions on the third day don't feel left out. You will have had your input in these first 2 days. That said, I wish you well, encourage you to make your voices heard. And I know that we will end up with a good product at the end of the 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I feel like I'm a young man again in this new process that I want to go through in the next couple of years. But thank you very much to all our speakers. Thank you very much, Reverend. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Very much, Paul, Mr. Study Affairs, and SEFA. And to all our colleagues who are linking up online, we're going to take a break now, and we'll have morning tea. We will take a group photo first outside. I'm just reading the words. And please, for those online, if we can take a group photo for those online separately, and we'll take a photo for those that are here physically. We'll take a break for half an hour, and we will be back at about, let's make it 10:15 for those that are online and those that are here as well. So 10:15, we will recommence on the first session after morning tea. Thank you very much. And please come for the photo first and then morning tea. Navalim. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone joining us virtually. If you want to put your cameras on, we'll take a group photo in just 1 second. Thank you. Okay, last call for everyone joining virtually. Three, two, one. And let me just do another one. 3, 2, 1. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Have a quick break and we'll see you back here shortly.
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry to break up your conversation, but if you want to be in the photo, can I have you outside by the lawn at the front? Just to have a quick group photo, and then we can have morning tea, then recommence. Huh?
Christian, you all right?
So we have to.
That's always or I don't know if you've used this one before.
No.
Yeah, it's just forward, back,
Oh, yeah.
forward and back, and there's a laser pointer.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
don't touch this.
Okay.
Stop.
Roll up. No, all good, thank you. It's perfect. And I don't know if it's just,
Oh,
I don't know if there's a chance of making.
yeah, there.
Okay.
Yes, please. I'm very happy to present to you this morning. This is loud. Set. So this was for set one. Hey, Flexer. Cool. Bisa sempat peta. Yuk. Is a thank you to all our colleagues online. We're going to commence very soon. I know it's freezing, eh? So I think we'll try and get the temperature up. But those that come from Canberra, you should be used to it by now. All right. Lisa, thank you very much. And we will have a telenor about the INC and the INC process. I'm first up on the agenda. So my job is just to outline to you the aims and objectives. So it's very simple. We're very thankful to have funding support from Australia, as you've heard from the Minister and from the Director General this morning. And that support is to provide assistance to the Pacific member countries to fully engage at the INC, which is the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, to negotiate for a legally binding agreement on addressing plastic pollution, the whole life cycle of plastic pollution. So this is to bring you together, to have a discussion, and to prepare you for the process for the INC. We don't have all the answers at the moment, but what we have is a process to take you through it, and to provide the member countries and the government delegates on day 3, which is on Thursday, with information that you will need to consider on what to take forward. Just a brief outline. So as I said, we'll have day 1 and day 2 as a workshopping. So the first part of the morning and just a bit after lunch will be on providing information, setting the scene, bringing everybody up to speed as to how do we get here. And then after afternoon tea, we will start with the cluster discussions on the World Cafe cluster discussions. The cluster discussions, there are 6 clusters, and we're going to have it in 2 rooms, and we will break you up into 2 groups. So one group will be in this room, and the other group will be at a room just by the foyer and the main hotel entrance. And also you will be joined virtually by those that are joining online. As you've heard this morning, we've got, I think as of this morning, we have 175 registrations online. We were anticipating only perhaps 40 here and 40 online, but this is so wonderful that everyone wants to have their say in this process, which is really, really good. So the cluster discussions will be this afternoon, after afternoon tea, and then also continuing tomorrow throughout the 6 clusters. And after that, we'll conclude, and we'll basically bring all the outcomes of the cluster groups back to plenary at the end of each cluster. So 2 clusters will run parallel. So 1 and 2 first, then 3 and 4, then 5 and 6. And then on day 3, that'll be just close to members only. So all SPRAP members will be back in this room to consider all that we've discussed. And then we will give it to them to discuss how do they want to use that information? How do they want to discuss and communicate going forward to Uruguay? And how do they want to communicate with the rest of us and then amongst themselves as well? So that's the brief agenda for the 3 days. And then the most important thing is that on Thursday evening, there'll be a cocktail here. So I just wanted to, the next part of what I'm going to talk about is the regional declaration. And I know that many of you, in fact, most of you would have been involved in the development of the regional declaration. And I think this goes back to 2019, 20, and also 21, where it was then adopted at the executive board meeting, at the SPRAP meeting, executive SPRAP meeting last year. I get confused with these virtual meetings, but it's been quite a journey coming here, and I haven't put down everything on the board as to how did we get here. But in my mind, as I was going through last night, I was thinking, it's been a long journey for the Pacific to come here. For SPREP and for many of my colleagues, this journey started off with the development of the Cleaner Pacific 2025, the regional strategy the integrated regional strategy to address waste and pollution issues. That strategy was developed in 2015, adopted in 2015, and has become what we know as the Cleaner Pacific 2025. Surprisingly, in that strategy, it has a very small paragraph, a very small section on plastic pollution. I think by then, we certainly weren't working in this space, but how fast this has become an issue and how fast the members and the region has called for more work on this. So you'll see that fast forward 2 years later, with a lot of other work going on, that it reached the Forum Leaders meeting in 2017, where at the Forum Leaders meeting in Apia in Samoa, the leaders put it on their communique that to address and how important the issue of plastic pollution is, and how important it is for us to do what we can in the region, but also for the Pacific Rim countries to also do their bit as well for the plastic that's coming into the region. Soon after that, in 2018, the region adopted the Pacific Marine Litter Action Plan, and that's now become the action plan for 2018 to 2025. So that's moving along the same time frame as the Cleaner Pacific 2025. And then in 2019, we had the first discussions of the ANZPAC, as you've heard from the Sharia Affairs this morning. We had the many events that were going on around the Pacific. We had the Pacific Games in 2019, but even before that, in 2018, there were lots of discussions around the Pacific, around greening of events. I think it was in Fiji that we had the Raka Sevens, and the greening of the Raka Sevens. I remember that was the first rugby sevens that was green. And I think from that became a lot of more activities around major events. That in 2019 at the Pacific Games in Samoa, the government of Samoa really grabbed it and wanted that to be a big statement for them. And also, I think soon after that, as I said, the ANZPAC discussions were happening, the different packs around the world, that in 2020 for COVID, those discussions were still going on. The ANZPAC was launched in 2021, I believe. But then in 2021 also, at the SPREP meeting, the region adopted the Pacific Regional Declaration to address plastic pollution, the impacts of plastic pollution. And that's where we are now with the INC in 2022. And what a good journey, what a good journey it has been, and it will remain to be so. You know, Sefa was outlining the process that many of these INCs have, or IGCs or INCs, but these negotiating bodies and negotiating discussions have happened throughout his career. And for me, I think that many times the discussion gets to a certain, when you're discussing an issue, say be it, in this case, plastic pollution, but when you get to the convention and the convention is finally adopted and it comes into force, or while you're waiting for it to come into force, that I feel that the momentum and the work sort of stops, so we do all this work and come December 2024, and in 2025, this framework gets adopted. That's the first step. And then we need parties to sign on to it. I think even from then afterwards, it takes a long time for parties to sign on to the convention. And if you look at some of the conventions that still haven't yet to come into force, I think the longest one, which is quite relevant to us, is the Torremolinos Convention. I don't know whether some of you may know the convention. It's the convention to address safety of fishing vessels, but it's also linked to marine pollution because it addresses MAPOL of fishing vessels. It's called the Torremolinos Convention, but now they call it the Cape Town Agreement. That convention has been out there for 40 years, and it has still yet to come into force. So we don't envision that this will take that long. We hope not. I think there'll be some really good wages on how long this process will take from the adoption to when the convention will come into force. But we hope it doesn't take 40 years. The Ballast Water Convention, which is the other convention that came into force recently, was adopted in 2007, but it came into force, I think, 10 years later. So I think we've got to steady ourselves for that time frame. It's a long journey. It's not going to be as easy. Well, the process will be difficult, but we have to steady ourselves that this is just part of the journey. We'll get to the framework, and then the framework gets to the adoption. The adoption gets to to coming into force. But what do we have here in the Pacific? So in the Pacific, what we strategically, and this is not just SPREP or some organizations, this is collectively the whole region. And I remember, Patricia, you had that workshops virtually where we were trying to get countries to come and have a discussion on what a framework would look like or what an agreement would look like. And I think that perhaps all the dots were lined up where we had this opportunity at the SPREP meeting. We had discussions that were going on for a number of years, and we were able to take it and give it to our Director General at that time, Kosi Latu. And Kosi said, what a wonderful idea. I would like this to be the outcome, the main outcome of the Talanoa and ministers meeting or for the SPREP meeting. And I think because of that decision, the members wanted it, the time was right. UNEA 5.2 was coming up soon after in the new year, in 2022. And the region all came together in September to agree on this document. But it's a simple document. It has a very well-defined paragraphs at the start and very well-defined paragraphs on what the region declares to do. But essentially, I think it's a starting point for all of us. It clearly outlines what we have defined, what we are asking members to do. And for those that have tried to do or are doing work in this space and getting regional agreement, regional dialogue, it's a very difficult thing to do. So you'll find that Sefa was talking about lessons learned from those negotiations that he had gone through. Similarly, just getting this declaration in force, I've learned a lot of lessons just from that. One of them for me would be that when you get people in the room, get them to sign on the dotted line right away. Don't let them go and don't say, we'll do it virtually and we will get you to sign on later. That doesn't work. So, at the big meetings where you have all the countries and all the leaders there, everybody agreeing and raising their hand and say, yes, we agree, yes, we endorse. That is the most simplest and the easiest way to do it. And we try to do it the hard way through this declaration, but luckily, in the communique, the words are clear and it quite clearly says that this communique is endorsed by the ministers and high-level officials of these countries. And the only country that's not on the list is the United States, but they said that they would come back to us on that, and we're still following up. But essentially, this is the Pacific Declaration for what the Pacific would like to see in a global agreement. And some of the key points, and we're very happy that we've got the main architects and the main helpers for the declaration at the time. We've got Patricia, we've got Tricia, Karen, and those that are linking up online as well. We've got Sasha, David, Tom, and Christina, who are also linking up online, Alfred Arilifo, and many of those that are that have helped to put this declaration and make it a reality for us in the region. The declaration covers the whole life cycle of plastics. It covers also, and it strongly, at that time in September 2021, the focus was on UNEA 5.2 and calling for a intergovernmental body to be formed to negotiate. And so the declaration really emphasizes the Pacific's desire to form that, to agree that the members of UNEA would form that INC, and you can see, and you know that was the case. Huh? The declaration also calls on or reaffirms the commitments that's made by the regional frameworks, but also the commitments that the Pacific has made to international frameworks. So you'll see that it recognizes the Cleaner Pacific 2025, the Marine Action Plan, the Framework for Nature Conservation, and there's many other regional frameworks that it's linked to, that it uses. Because this waste and pollution issue is one that's affecting every aspect of society, every aspect of nature. One of the most important things too, and also with the help of Australia, is that this commitment or this declaration addresses the full life cycle of plastics. It looks at from the use of virgin plastics all the way through to the sound management of waste. It emphasizes on what you've heard this morning about the facts of the amount of plastic that the Pacific generates, but we are disproportionately affected by plastic pollution, and much like the same issue that we address when we are dealing with climate change and the other issues of biodiversity loss as well. The declaration recognizes the ecosystem approach should be used. It recognizes the value that indigenous communities, indigenous people, and traditional knowledge systems bring to the discussion. And as I said, it does recognize the interlinkages between climate, pollution, and biodiversity. But then the beauty about it is that through there are 9 things that the declaration asks for, and these are that the declaration fully declares its support for a negotiating committee to be formed. It calls on the calls on the global community to recognize the issues and the difficulties that are faced by small island development states, and that there should be special recognition and support, technical and financial, for small island states to help them, as already is agreed by the members and by UNEP. And you'll see that the declaration is calling for the implementation of the framework, through national plans, national policy, to include some way of monitoring the success of the management systems that are going to be addressed through this global framework. And we put there some indicators that we can use in the region. So we don't know what those are, or we haven't quite defined what they will be, but we have there that maybe perhaps there are some regional species and that are quite unique to us in the Pacific that we can use as indicators of the success or otherwise of our management policies and management systems. Addressing virgin plastics. So this is also that, we should be using less and less virgin plastics, but recycling and using other alternatives as well. And recognizing too the importance that the private sector plays in the whole, in this whole, in this whole solution process. But also the declaration calls on action now. So trying to address not only what's to be produced, but also addressing the action that is needed now to address what is already there in the environment. And then the support for information and for scientific research that is also very, very valuable. And then just the last two ones is that the support for policy implementation and recognizing that, again, the value that indigenous communities and regional knowledge brings to the process. Yeah. So this declaration, I think it was at the right time. It sets the platform for us to use in our discussions. It is a starting point for us. And I think that it'll be a good way for us to reflect and go back to is that for your secretariat, for SPREP, we use this as our marching orders in speaking and advocating for issues that are important to the region. Yeah? So this is what you've told us that you want in the global agreement. This is what we're using in our discussions. And we will take this and also what's come out of this as well. What's come out of this Pacific Preparatory Workshop discussions. Yeah. So with that, I'll open the floor for any possible questions or. Hey, Patricia. Do we have a mic for so those that are linking in virtually can hear?
Hello, yeah. Patricia Parkinson, a consultant here at Fiji. Has there been any, just while you were reading that, and thank you for this presentation on the declaration, I was just wondering and thinking that might be useful to have a comparison between the terms of reference that are given to the INC in the resolution and what has been asked in this declaration. I think it would be good to compare like needs and gaps, etc.
Yeah, thank you very much, Patricia. So Patricia is asking that the terms of reference that was given from the open-ended working group to be used in the negotiations, how does that compare to the declaration that the Pacific endorsed in September last year? We haven't quite done that yet, but we've done that for the lead up to UNEA. So I think it'd be a nice one to do. Yes, we will do that.
Thank you for the presentation, Tony. I'll talk more about Kokala. Tony, just go back to the slide on the milestones from 2017, those key milestones. Yeah. So the good thing that we can show you that it's already been quite a significant amount of work that has been put into the iteration plan as well as green pollution for plastics. What we want to achieve today during this week is to have some sort of impact on this work. So understanding where you've come from in the last 7 years, what sort of outcomes have there been from the beginning of Pacific 2025 to the Marine Leader Action Plan. And just to give us a good steer for the work we're going to be doing this week, because what we want to make sure is we leave on Thursday from some very clear sort of actions of what we can do. There's been a lot of deliberations, a lot of discussions. What sort of pathway do we have to this to try and elevate this whole treaty into priorities? And so I think it'll be good for us to set the objective very clear from the outset as to what sort of key outcomes we want to produce with it, so that we can start looking at measuring some of the impacts, because as we know, plastic continues to be a major problem for us, especially small islands. What development work we can do in the washing up from the small islands. And so we look forward to the discussions today to address these two issues. Thank you.
So thank you much, Dr. Are there any questions online? Any comments online?
Hi, good morning. So there is a comment online from Christina about Patricia comments. So she said that we will look at the resolution with more detail later in the afternoon session. So it might offer some chance to compare the declaration against the final agreed text. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. We'll now go on to the second presentation by Subrata.
This is the kick forward. This is the come back. So backward and forward. Yes. My presentation is yeah. Thank you. And I have half an hour, right, Anthony? I have half an hour to do that. So good morning, everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank SPREP for inviting us to this meeting. It's a very important meeting. And also would like to extend our greetings, warm greetings from UNEP to all the participants, both in person here and also online. And it is we are really glad to see that so many people online connected as well, besides those are in person from different stakeholders besides governments. So these are very important steps to engage in the process of this resolution that my presentation would be covering briefly. So basically, I will have 30 minutes and I will present this roadmaps, basically, because I won't have opportunity to get into very details, but we'll just, my presentation will basically cover the roadmap aspect that between like last 2-3 months from UNIA and then the way forward over the next 2 years, what are the different milestones and how that there are the opportunities for engagement by stakeholders, including member states and also the other stakeholders of concern with the plastic issues. So basically, this I would be presenting on the roadmap, and the detailed content side, of course, it would be discussed. And good to see that the Pacific. There was a presentation by Anthony that so many things has happened as the stepping stone. These are all stepping stone. 2017 to 2022 the several processes that happened under the Clean Pacific 2025. And these are extremely important because these are process issues. It doesn't happen in one day. Also, the pollution has happened over the years. And so therefore, to recover, to come out also takes time at the same time. Because this whole pollution and particularly plastic pollution has happened over over our human activities, and of course also the economic opportunities through the plastic process. But then at the end we see that enormous amount of challenges and plastic everywhere. So need to recover. So when UNIA in February met all the governments and all the stakeholders, they adopted 14 resolutions, but this was the plastic one was top of the agenda. Out of 14, all government said, of course, reminded themselves all 14 are important because all 14 are coming from government. But people felt under pressure on the plastic because a lot of discussion globally happening, plastic pollutions happening, but need to have some point where it has to stand resolutely to take action and to reverse the trend of this. Otherwise, a lot of discussion globally last 3, 4, 5, 10 years on this issue. And that's why there's all very fast day, very fast moment itself. At the opening itself, it was very clear that if one resolution has to go, it has to be this one. And they have to stand united, and all the participants stood together, worked day and night over the 2 weeks in Nairobi to focus on this resolution and many other resolution. And I was also fortunate that because I'm based in Nairobi, but this is a time for 4 or 5 months. I was based in Nairobi to organize this meeting, UNIA itself. So there's a small team who was organizing the UNIA and 5.2, and also UNEP plus 50. UNEP was commemorating its 50th years. It was back to back. So I was in that small team who was organizing the UNIA itself, and saw it very closely, the entire kind of planning and the engagement and day-to-day kind of hard work and negotiations, both in the meeting room and outside. And also I was assisting both UNIA Bureau and also the Committee on Permanent Representative Bureau in this planning process. So that was with that, as I was telling you that this was really in the UNIA process. There were 14 resolutions besides the declaration was adopted as an outcome. And some resolutions were very, very important, significant. One is the plastic one. Other one is the science policy panel on chemical waste and pollution. That is linked to that because when it comes to this resolution, that's also equally important that the government decided to establish science policy panel to address the chemical waste and pollution aspect, including plastic. That is more scientific aspect of that, the panel, which would be advising and looking at the science policy linkages, advising the member states on that. Other resolution was nature-based solutions. It's also linked to that, and it is very, very important, including the pollution aspect of it. So these are significant when it comes to pollution aspect. These are significant resolutions, and also the declaration as a whole, the UNIA declaration as a whole. So how to address the whole recovery aspect and also addressing at the plastic aspect of it. So going forward on my presentation, these are and also to tell you that even though it was a challenge of COVID, but in UNIA we've seen more than around 3,000 people attended in person and around 1,500 attended online. So we were thinking what will happen in this hybrid modality, but there was a lot of commitment. Seeing the agenda, we saw such a huge, like a proactive participation, like in person. It was so difficult to come over there in this COVID time, but just a few months back only in February, but still the 3,000 people participated in person and 1,500 people online. So, and that was the outcome of those, all these outcome, including this plastic one. So in my presentation, as I told you, this is a roadmap. I will quickly take you through. So basically UNIA 5.2, because of COVID again, the UNIA was divided into 5.1 and 5.2. 5.1, it held previous year in 2001, and it was held online. So no outcome. So basically the UNIA 5.2, the second session of UNIA 5, that was hybrid, and that was the, all this outcome has come in terms of declaration, in terms of resolution from this 5.1. And then UNIA calls for development of internationally legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. So basically, this resolution 5.2 resolution, and there was in between, there has been a lot of communication from the INC Secretariat, because following that declaration, following that resolution, basically the INC Secretariat has been put in place, and the Secretariat has been communicating to the member states about the all process, and basically we have this one process is finished, is the meeting in Senegal, that was on 31st May to 1st June. It was pre-INC process, where it was open-ended working group, and that was a it was basically discussed that what are the process to follow before INC. It was endorsed by the governments. It was again hybrid in Senegal, and so basically, if you see, and that what was come under the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, that it was clearly stated that it was the second half of 2022. All the activity has to be finished in terms of the basic process towards INC. INC has not happened yet. The first INC will happen latter part of the year in November, but all the process is going on. So process started with the open-ended working group, and then the whole process would be ending, intend to end by 2024, and only 2 years roadmap, and so the whole instrument, the legally binding instrument, it would be negotiated between now and 2024. And there are several INCs have been planned. I will come in a moment, and different governments are also requesting to host these INCs, and then expected that it would be developed by then, and then 2025, early 2025, that would be full kind of adoption process. So you see, in terms of when it was met in open-ended working group, so in Dakar, so it was decided that the first INC would be it would be on 28th November to first week of December, and so now the communication has gone in July, that the date, confirming the date to all the member states, And you can see all are available in INC website. If you go INC plastic website, plastic INC website, you would be able to see all the communications going to members. It is open. It is a public website, and you will see all the process, all the communications that going from the INC Secretariat over the month of May, June, July, the last one regarding the process. And basically, the open-ended working group is the guidance to the Secretariat in preparation of the documents, the various documents, the rules and procedures, various processes to follow, when Bureau to meet, how Bureau would be selected, and what kind of documentation would be required for INC. So several things were discussed in open-ended working group. So in the website, if you can see, there is a documentation, the draft rules and procedures, and the Bureau selection. Bureau will drive the whole process. So how do the selection process? That's how it was discussed. The recommendation was that there will be 5 sessions on INC, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then there would be, and then also there is a timetable also for that. And there will be kind of the rules and procedure, draft rules and procedure was adopted. It was endorsed. It has to be adopted in the INC, but it was endorsed, the draft rules and procedure. And also there would be series of multi-stakeholders dialogue were planned, not only government, but multi-stakeholders dialogue were planned on that. So this is the kind of bottom, you can see that the INC 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, how I will come back also that again how it is planned. And in between, like 2022, we are now middle. 2023, we have 2 INC, and then there is a UNIA 6, UN Environment Assembly 6, that will be in the middle. That is 2024. They will take a review, how is the situation. And then 2024, there are 2 INC to close this one, hopefully, to go forward. And I'm not taking this one because this is basically saying that how many government, non-government participated, no open-ended, but it was very, very important meeting. And it was agreed that kind of documentation to be prepared. You can see here is a big list, but these are important because when you talk about intergovernmental legally binding instrument, there's a big process. We know many conventions, as you mentioned, we have climate, we have various biodiversity, we have various chemicals, all have gone through this process. So this is another one. So everything, and it takes time. Because you have to, it has to be negotiated heavily, every aspect, because it has a lot of legal implications, it has economic implications, it has technological implications. Therefore, it is a process. It won't be so easy. But in this particular case, it is the governments together collectively decided 2 years process. They know how difficult it is. They have seen all other resolutions, or other conventions, how long it took. But they themselves imposed the timeline on them that this is so pressing need, let's give us 2 years target to set it. So you can see that the level of commitment, because knowingly that there are a lot of multiple implications, but they say, let's push this one, let's take it out on us, and let's get it in 2 years time. So it will be a very pressing 2 years for government as well and other stakeholders as well to engage. And because of this, the 2 years. And you can see here, the whole things were discussed initially, which would be adopted in INC, the whole structure of the instrument. Now all the draft document has to be developed by Secretariat. All these draft to be developed by Secretariat to be shared with the governments beforehand. And it has to be, it all would be available in the website so that it can negotiate. It will help government to come forward with the negotiation process to do that. So basically, this is how it would be all developed. And in terms of process again, there was a communication already that that every government should identify the focal point for INC by 30th of July. So many Pacific countries didn't do that. So this is basically, since it's the important meeting, we will request that to submit the focal point for INC process is very, very important. We want to receive all the communications currently, all the from the all the regional groups, they are nominating the bureau member from each region. Again, I will come, and all the kind of engagement going on, the communication going on to focal point. The INC, we have a national focal point in each country, but this is only for the INC focal point. So every government has to do that, and Pacific governments needs to do that sooner the better, to communicate to the Secretariat. So many didn't do that yet. So, and within this 30th July deadline, so please do so. And that would be extremely helpful to receive all the communication and in terms of your engagement. And then also there was a request has gone on this funding support to the Secretariat, because it's a big process, a lot of regional consultation, there's a global consultation, need a lot of resources. So communication has gone on that as well. As I was telling, the third point, a request region to designate INC bureau member by third. So every region has to nominate 2. So there was a registration process last week before. Last week there has been election by the bureau. Our region is a Pacific, but also all other regions are going for the bureau member. It's extremely important because the 2 bureau member would be basically would be the voice from the region to the global processes. So the member states didn't just wanted to take a decision immediately. They wanted to see all the CVs of all the interested people, and then they wanted to vote it, that who to would be basically their voice. Ambassador for this INC from the region. So this thing has gone into a vote. Normally it doesn't happen, but member state said that it has to be a vote because they really wanted to see the CV of all the candidates from the nominated government. So therefore, but last week there was a vote, and then this week from Asia Pacific, at least it would be announced. And then also request for submission by 15 July on sequencing and organization of INC and various substantive issues in preparation of the documents, in particularly potential elements of the future instruments, priority needs and all documentations, the content and consideration of the preparation of the multi-stakeholders forum. There will be multi-stakeholders forum just before the INC. So you will see the date. And they provide an update on establishment of INC Secretariat is done already. So whoever is the focal point, they are getting all the communications very regularly from the INC Secretariat. So the Secretariat is in place. And you can see the meeting flow. There will be multi-stakeholders forum just prior to INC. There will be 26 November. There will be a regional meeting and the bureau meeting 27 November. And also there will be every day there will be regional groups meeting, and it would be held in Uruguay, and also before that the BRS plastic will happen. So you can see that one. So that would be a kind of multi-stakeholders forum. And that week, the week before INC, all the meetings will take place. So again, you can see the date, the July communication, the date has been confirmed officially, and it will be hybrid. Invitation will go in August 10th for that meeting. And also, again, it's very important national focal point for designated focal point for INC from Pacific, so as every country, but there is a lot of still gap from Pacific, yeah. So the bureau meeting, basically, as I was telling you, that all the regions, it was a decision that there was an 11 bureau member who would be steering the process of the instrument development of the instrument, and There will be 11 bureau member. Normally it is 10 from the UNIA rules and procedure, but for plastic, there's one was from the seat. One representative would be from seats as well, and it's already decided. Miss Asa Challenger, and from Antigua and Barbados. And then we have West Europe, we have West Asia, we have the Latin America, and we have the East Asia group, and then we have Asia Pacific, and then Africa group. So all are taking time. Asia Pacific group is almost done. This week they will announce it with the 2 bureau member. So this will be the 11 bureau member who would be helping with the negotiations and take they will be the main core part of the governing process of the entire development of the legally binding instrument. It took time from our Asia Pacific group because of this voting and all, but so as other region also. So it is taking time on that. And then the rest, all the content development will follow and in the process between now and between November, at least 6-7 weeks before, all the document has to be uploaded to government for their review before they come to this meeting, following our practices, intergovernmental processes. So basically, that will be also there is a plan for regional consultation as well. So that's how we are looking at that. Each region has to organize a regional consultation also. So we have to take a look on that when that is coming. Besides the flow of the talk, that would be also between now and there will be each region has to organize the regional consultation. So each regional office has to do that, and our regional office in Bangkok, we have to do that as well. So that has to be planned. And these are the offers to host INCs. You can see here. So host country is only Uruguay at the moment confirmed as a host country, and then there has been offer from other countries. You can see in the whole process of hosting this INC meeting. So, but of course, you can see at the beginnings of the process itself, all the governments many governments wanted to host. You can see the level of commitments. There's so many countries wanted to host this INC meeting, the global meeting, and then we'll have regional meetings. So the regional meeting also somebody has to host. So we are not just in the process of discussion who will host it on that. But a lot of interest of both government, intergovernmental organizations, major groups and stakeholders, business community, all has to come along in the whole process of plastic. It is very, very clear that not government alone, because this whole plastic thing is, it is touching everyone's life. So therefore, a youth group. So major involvement has to happen also from the youth group. So it is so many different stakeholders. So that's how it is. This regional consultations and the process is going. One happening here at the Pacific level. It is going up in the voice and the thinking and the plans. So building up approach up to the global level because of very nature of plastic. So it has to happen, and such a short time given to do that. So therefore, it will be a pressing time frame to do this thing. And yeah, I'm not going into this. You can quickly take a look at the Asia Pacific, who are the states have already identified their focal point. But I'm telling you that in Pacific, we need to do a lot because many countries didn't do that, send it. So all 14 countries who send their focal points so that they receive all the communications. So thank you. That is from me. Just overall roadmap. There will be a lot of documents would be developed, and you have an advantage because SPREF has already developed kind of a declaration. So with the contents, with the Pacific member states engagement and stakeholders engagement. So that is a great advantage that you can build on. It's not new because already 2017 to 21, it has a process of adopting declaration. You have an action plan. So all would be extremely useful because you are very advanced. You have gone ahead with the process. Now basically keeping the momentum and contributing the process. So that's how, but you have already action plan, declaration, and the leaders' commitments. So all those things have gone in the past. So those were very kind of sound kind of process and decisions are with you to build on in the further and to contribute in the process. So I will thank for this opportunity.
Any questions for Subhatra?
Thank you very much for this presentation. Just one question in relation to, the locations of the plan meeting, INC meetings. It's been an experience in the region that we often on the wrong side of the time zone, and it's very difficult for countries in the Pacific to participate when it's online or, if they don't get there. In these sort of meetings. I just wondered if there's any consideration given to share the locations of the meetings across the time zone so that people are not disadvantaged by that.
Thank you very much. This is very, very important question because we see this COVID time. One is that's how all the meetings are happening hybrid now. And we know the time zone issue is a big challenge in Pacific context. But there is a big consideration, of course, because people are aware that the time zone is a big issue. But it is also a big challenge. Wherever it happens in one part of the world, somewhere there will be a problem. Somewhere there will be a midnight or early morning issue if it is online. But many such meetings, because now COVID has improved, so many such meetings would be in person now slowly as it will come back to the pre-COVID situation. And also because of the system developed, so it would be a lot of opportunities on online. That UNIA, we have seen it, how successful it was and how the online platform has developed the technology to bring people together and so prominently. But yes, again and again, any planning process, this is, of course, this is very, very important agenda with us. Whoever is planning the time zone issue for sure. That's why all documents should be shared. So that different process, the communication will be very high on the top of the agenda. So it goes during not only meeting, but before and after meeting. So a lot of back and forth communications will happen with all different stakeholders. Okay, thank you very much.
I just wanted to add to that the presentations will be put online, so it'll be on the agenda on the website. Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is to answer the question, why does the Pacific need a global agreement on plastic pollution? And for that, we've got Andre Volantres to kick us off. Andre is the Pacific Ocean Leader Project Manager. And then he will be assisted by Dr. Trissier and Sasha. Thank you. Andre, over to you, bro.
Thank you very much, Tony. Can you hear me in the room, Tony?
Yes.
Yes, and distinguished delegates. As Tony said, I'm Andre Volantres, and I'm the project manager for the Pacific Ocean Litter project funded by Australia, who are funding this meeting, as you've been told, and also the supporting the countries in the INC in Uruguay later this year. I'm very sorry, but I couldn't be there in person to do my presentation, because I don't think it's right to be mingling around you when I am COVID positive. Just wanted to say perhaps I could have presented virtually, but I think we should take advantage of the fact that in the room we have world authorities, experts in Sasha Fuller, Tricia Farrelly, Karen Raubenheimer. I mean, these are the people that have written extensively, researched extensively on plastic pollution and the form and substance of a global agreement. And so I think it would be more interactive, more dynamic, and perhaps a lot more informative if we were to give it to the experts themselves. I just want to say that I have prepared something, and it's online together with the other papers for this meeting. And before I pass over to Sasha, just want to say thank you so much for all the experts. That's the experts presenting, and all the country representatives for all the work to date. We're not starting new. A lot of tools, a lot of research, a lot of views that the countries already have on this issue. And to thank especially those people in England and on the other side of the world, US, that are up past midnight to join us today. Yes, I wish you a most productive meeting. I hope I can catch up with you when I return a negative result. Thank you. So Sasha, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Andre, I'm Sasha for a moment. I'm actually Tricia, and then Sasha's going to follow from me. So distinguished delegates online and here in Suva today, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa, Nisa Bulavinaka, namaskar. So I just wanted to address the reference to expertise in the room. And I think this will become clearer when Sasha takes over from me in the second half of the presentation we're giving today. Our experts are all of you, and we garner our expertise only from you. You are the experts on your land in Moananui, Kiwa. So I just wanted to start by saying that, and we want to acknowledge, and we're deeply grateful for those who have participated in our research in order for us to sort of convey a synthesis of that to the room and online today. On that note, just the structure of our presentation to you just now, I will be speaking directly to the question of why does the Pacific need a global agreement on plastic pollution? And I'm going to start just by giving a sort of a broader overview, a bit of context around that question. And then I'm going to hand over to Sasha to kick off with some of the findings from the research that we've done in co-collaboration with many of you in the room in the Pacific region in terms of our plastic pollution policy gap analysis, some fact sheets which have been published through UNEP, and with I should acknowledge and show gratitude at this point to the Environmental Investigation Agency for funding some of that work, and also to UNEP for funding the fact sheets that we have produced that is all open access and available to all of you on the SPREP website and UNEP website. We're very excited, and Sasha's going to talk about this a little bit more today. I'll hand that over to her, but we have just today also published in a peer-reviewed academic journal a journal article entitled "Plastic Pollution as Waste Colonialism in Te Moananui," and we have published that with Tina Ngati Paro in Aotearoa, with Stephanie Burrell and the both of us. And we're very excited about this because it's really the heart of what we are, the ethic really of what we're trying to achieve in the work that we do both in Aotearoa and in Oceania more broadly. So this presentation really does, I think, segue quite nicely from the presentations we've seen already today, particularly on the regional declaration work. And when you're listening to the presentation, I humbly request of you to think really carefully about some of your specific needs, your priorities. And when I say your, I do mean personally your, because we're all personally invested in this. It touches every single one of us, but also, of course, your countries and the region as a whole, and all the interconnections between the human and non-human elements of the vanua, of the whenua, and how we see the world around us and our connections with that living and past. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the gaps in the multilateral environmental agreements today. And again, I'd like you to think about all of those needs, priorities, definitions. What do we mean by the full life cycle of plastic pollution? What do we mean by plastics? What do we mean by regrettable substitutes and false solutions and so on, when we're thinking about what our priorities, what we'd like to see in the final text, but also, of course, in the 5 INCs up until the text has been approved and endorsed and completed at the end of 2024. I'm not going to go into too much detail about this. We've had some wonderful presentations already talking about the scale of the issue. And this is not really the space to talk too much about the detail of that, because I really want, if anything I'm going to talk about, I do want to connect with the MEAs and the gaps in those and why we need a treaty. But I will say, just in order to really capture the global scale of the issue and why the global scale of the issue cannot be dealt with at the scale, at the national or regional scale, anywhere in the world. I'm not just talking about the Pacific. I will say that, or remind you perhaps, that global plastic production has quadrupled over the last 40 years. And even with the ambitious commitments currently set by many governments, including across this region, annual plastic pollution emissions will reach up to 53 million metric tonnes per year by 2030. And it's clear that to reduce plastic pollution emissions to a level well below this prediction, extraordinary effort to transform the global plastics economy are needed. And we do find ourselves at a historic moment. We heard this at UNEA 5.2. It is an historic moment. We now have the opportunity to negotiate a legally binding, comprehensive and effective global plastics pollution treaty, and it will rely on every one of us to contribute to the text over the next 5 meetings. We must make the very most of this while the window of opportunity is open. This opportunity won't come around for us again. So we do need to contribute to negotiations early and often, and to clearly articulate the priorities and challenges of our countries and of our region. Gratitude and acknowledgement to Karen Raubenheimer. Karen, this is Karen's slide. This has been passed around by many of our plastic pollution researchers because it's an excellent slide, which really does exemplify some of the gaps in pre-existing multilateral environmental agreements. Many of these are restricted to marine litter, especially sea-based sources, and virtually all of them focus on waste management, but they're weak on polymer and product design, manufacture, prevention, right at the top of the zero waste hierarchy, which I really would love everybody to bear in mind as we go through the next few days of this workshop. So prevention, reduction, and trade also. No global harmonized binding standards exist for the prevention and mitigation of plastic pollution. They're mainly voluntary or soft law approaches, which have proven insufficient, because this is where we are now, considering the statistics I've just presented to you about the ever increasing rates and volumes of global plastics production. So they haven't been successful. We need to do better. We need to scale up to the scale of the problem. Industry have not been held accountable for providing solutions in many of these multilateral environment agreements, MEAs. Many lack measurable and time-bound targets and a precautionary approach. which is absolutely needed for plastics for reasons I'll explain in just a moment if you're not too clear about that just now. No global agreement is aimed at addressing plastic pollution individually nor collectively, deals with the full life cycle of plastics. And we're going to need to think over the next few days about what do we mean by full life cycle. We're going to hear interventions from other states throughout the INCs who might feel that the full life cycle really is limited to management, consumption, perhaps excluding right at the very beginning where the feedstocks for a range of plastics start at extraction of those natural resources. And this could be fossil fuels, but it could be monocropping also of biomaterial for bioplastics. And we can have a conversation about should we do that for single-use disposable plastics at all, and what that might mean for waste infrastructure and human health and so on. So we need to think all along the supply chain, from the feedstocks to plastic production, consumption, waste management, chemical and physical leakage of plastic pollution at all points along the supply chain. This means that the contamination of humans and environment can't be protected all along the full life cycle of plastics with the current MEAs we have. No MEA covers this full life cycle across all ecosystems either, and they don't address both the chemical and physical properties and hazards plastics pollution present in quite diverse conditions. And we've got some fantastic scientists in the room, met with two of them yesterday. So Rufino and Andrew, great to see you here, and looking forward to meeting more scientists, local scientists, Indigenous scientists on Friday for a researcher networking event. And apparently there's around 19 plastic pollution researchers in Suva alone, and we're very excited about supporting and expanding on local science, science from in countries and in regions that address the full life cycle of plastics and make the connections, because this is a really complex issue. Plastic pollution has been described at UNAIR as a global triple threat, as we've heard in a presentation just earlier, alongside climate change and biodiversity loss. It's a multi-threat multiplier. You probably hear this quite often as we go through the INCs. What does that mean? It means that it has the potential to exacerbate biodiversity loss, and plastic pollution also has the potential to exacerbate climate change. This year alone, researchers estimated that the global production and incineration or thermal treatment, usually mixed solid waste to energy, thermal treatment of plastics, will pump more than 850 million tonnes of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And by 2050, those GHG emissions could rise to 2.8 billion tonnes. So the text of the Plastic Pollution Treaty will need to do what the current MEAs don't do, and that is to support carbon emissions targets and biodiversity loss right across the supply chain, right from extraction. With increasing plastics use and waste, the stocks of plastics accumulating in aquatic environments is projected to more than triple in 2060. And in our deliberations in this workshop, it's important to remember that all plastics ever produced will eventually become micro and nano-sized fragments, at which point they can't be removed from the environment in pretty much all cases, and that they're much more than just their physical properties. Some plastics off-gas methane during their useful lives or in anaerobic conditions. They leach toxic chemicals such as persistent organic pollutants or POPs, bisphenols, phthalates, and they require fossil fuels in their production and all along their supply chain, and change form as they weather and age, often presenting higher threats to human, biodiversity and environmental health as they do so. For example, plankton play a key role in the global carbon sequestration cycle, and this cycle is impacted when plastics ingest microplastics. And we've heard that plastic pollution is transboundary. It can be highly mobile. The mobility of plastic pollution across vast distances are enabled by tidal and air flows, migratory birds, animals, but also through trade and through tourism. When plastic waste moves across jurisdictional boundaries, it's unlikely that it can be regulated under national policy frameworks, as Sasha will present to you in just a few moments. We're constantly learning about how plastic pollution is crossing jurisdictional boundaries in quite novel ways as well as the science very rapidly builds. They can cross jurisdictional boundaries on insects, in rain, illegal waste trade, some very novel ways of trading illegal waste that slip under the radar, and other tactics identifying new weaknesses and loopholes in current international policy. Current MEAs. Individually and collectively, MEAs do not cover all plastics mobilities. Plastics are found in every ecosystem. They're found in fresh water. They're found increasingly in terrestrial ecosystems, and you'll hear the term agroplastics more and more over the coming years and the problems with agroplastics. And in the air, affecting lung health and carrying microplastics to settle on terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. Some researchers estimate that sea spray could release up to 136,000 tonnes of microplastic particles into the air per year. None of these MEAs, these multilateral environmental agreements, provide a holistic enough approach to global plastics that cover the contamination of all ecosystems. No MEAs deal with microplastics, and as Sasha will show, there's absolutely a gap across the policy frameworks across the Pacific as well, although there's some growing attention to that more recently. Plastic fragments of less than 5 millimeters in diameter are increasingly found everywhere, including human placenta and many of the food sources, as you can see here on the slide. A study reviewing research on wild marine fish since 1972 by a colleague of ours, Anna Markic, found that plastic ingestion was detected in 323 or 65% of 494 examined fish species. And in 262, that's 67% of 391 examined commercial fish species, and that this was likely to be an underestimation of the real contamination rates of fish sampling methods as they've improved. Those sampling methods have improved over time. And there's hidden costs also for the global community. Plastic pollution presents serious threats to the livelihoods of coastal communities, as well as to shipping and port operations. And by 2040, plastic leakage into the oceans could represent a $100 billion US annual financial risk for businesses if governments require them to cover waste management costs. These are the kinds of things we don't see in pre-existing MEAs. They can only be covered by a freestanding, independent plastic pollution treaty specific to plastic pollution. Plastics are complex. They involve thousands of largely unregulated chemicals, and their physical properties can present hazards in diverse ways. Irreversible, compounding, and planetary scale exposure of our environment, ecosystems, and organisms, including humans, to plastics, and associated toxic monomers, oligomers, additives, catalysts, polymerization aids, and non-intentionally added substances is occurring. And research conducted this year found that planetary boundary for chemical pollution has now been exceeded, and that better risk management, monitoring, and reduction in the harmful production and release of pollutants, including plastics, are urgently needed. We don't have an MEA that covers right across all the chemical and physical properties, including all those toxicants, new and emerging substances of concern, non-intentionally added substances, and we need a freestanding treaty that can deal with that, supported by other MEAs, pre-existing and those ones that are being revised and strengthened. But not all substances of concern, again, either are covered. We might think, oh, well, we've got the Stockholm Convention, we've got Rotterdam, Montreal. They don't cover all of the chemicals or substances of concern related to plastics that we should be concerned about, either individually or indeed collectively. Some of the chemical additives added to plastics during production are POPs themselves, these persistent organic pollutants. Brominated flame retardants like polybrominated diphenyl ethers, or you may be familiar with PBDEs. Polyfluorinated alkyl substances such as PFAS. PFAS, P4, PFOS is now becoming a more common substance of concern that we're being aware of. And during the usage, plastics can also come into contact with POPs. They can absorb or attract them onto their surface. And then they can, they can contaminate other ecosystems and transport those into fish, into our cells, and it can be absorbed into our adipose tissue and so on. POPs are released in the dedusting, washing and heating processes that are part of the recycling process, and plastics can emit POPs during pyrolysis, incineration, and other combustion or thermal treatment activities where plastics are feedstocks, or via leaching. POPs related to the full life cycle of plastics are not covered by the Stockholm Convention. My final slide before I pass over to my dear colleague, Dr. Fuller. The Basel Convention regulates transboundary movements of hazardous waste and their disposal. And on January 1st last year, 2021, the Basel Plastics Amendments changed the scope of materials controlled under the Basel Convention to include certain categories of plastic waste, which is great. However, the Basel Plastics Waste Amendments do not address the majority of polymers and plastic products and focus only on their transboundary movement, on the trade of plastics as waste, not on extraction, not on production, not on design, manufacture, consumption, or waste, nor the responsible waste management that sits outside of transboundary trade agreements. And some additional challenges persist. We need a comprehensive analysis of plastic waste material sources, pathways, fates for effective plastic waste trade policy. We need harmonized definitions, and we're going to talk a lot about glossaries and definitions. And one of those is, what do we mean by recyclable? Do we mean by theoretically recyclable, or do we mean really recyclable, or where, and is it safe, and those sorts of things. Environmentally sound recycling or responsible management are also terms that are highly contested and could be hijacked, or they could be problematized unless we deal with them in ways that sit most comfortably with how we value these things within our environment, in our countries, in our regions. Critical assessments of what we mean by contamination thresholds, and the sort of stuff that we might receive or trade, inspection protocols. Fluorinated polymers and cured resins should be reclassified as hazardous waste. They're not currently in Basel. And finally, a focus on plastic waste prevention supported by the precautionary principle will significantly reduce the illegal trade in waste because we're hitting it at source. And yet this falls outside the scope of the Basel Convention. So at that note, I'm going to hand over to my dear colleague, Sasha.
Thank you, distinguished guests, and thanks, Tricia. If you may indulge me and all stand up online in the room, a little something I picked up in Samoa. Just a little icebreaker that's been, excited. So when I'm rubbing my hands together, when I say nini, and rub your hands together, nini, and when I say bakya, okay, bakya. Let's do some nini, bakya, 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 nini, bakya, bakya, bakya. Thank you. I would just like to send a special shout out to Andre at SPREP, because I know he's done so much work in preparation for this meeting. It's really wonderful to have Tony and Andre as our key focal points in the region, so that any plastic pollution questions you need in the lead up to your INC preparations can be directed to SPREP, which is really wonderful. So as Tricia said, today I'm presenting the findings from our plastic pollution prevention research with the aim to highlight specifically, okay, sorry, is that better? With the aim to highlight specifically the plastic pollution issues facing your region. And these are the important considerations to really go into this meeting with. Let's talk about all of these things in the clusters. So this presentation is designed as a thought starter, a conversation starter for you. And Tricia said we've done this research with a very collaborative model, a whole host of actors. Most importantly, we've done it with you. This is us amplifying your voices. You are the Pacific region's representatives on the front line in the fight against plastics. So what our research has shown is the shared set of external pressures preventing you in your current policy frameworks at the international and national level, regional level, from being able to effectively respond to plastic pollution in your countries and region. Our research demonstrates that it's you, the leaders from the Pacific region, who are best able to define the problem of plastics pollution across your region. You have drawn our attention to where the responsibility of preventing and managing plastic waste should lie. At the top of the waste hierarchy, with plastics producers, transnational corporations, and trading partners from higher GDP countries, rather than where it currently lies, solely with your Pacific communities. Our research also shows that you have been unable to meaningfully participate in global fora on plastics pollution for a variety of reasons. So that's why in your preparation and participation in the first meeting of the INC is so crucial. It's the Pacific position that's at stake. The priorities, the needs, the definitions, and the diversity of your countries must be included in the INC process and program of work. So let's look at a few specifics from our research findings. These, as I said, are intended as conversation starters for your preparations. So I'm going to draw on 3 separate projects here today. The first Tricia mentioned was the EIA policy gap analysis. This comes in a report form and also a journal article. This resource has been shared with you. From this, we analysed 52 documents in 10 participating countries, your policy out of your countries. Here we identified the strengths and the limits of your countries to be able to prevent the inflow of plastics under the current frameworks. The second line of inquiry that Tricia mentioned was the article that's come out today. We haven't shared this with you, but we'll circulate it later, and I understand Christina has posted it in the online chat. This examines plastic pollution as a form of waste colonialism across the Pacific Islands. That is plastic pollution that is externally generated from outside your sovereign nations is impacting the land, the territory, the oceans, the air, and the bodies of Pacific peoples. Here we interviewed 19 plastic pollution leaders across the Pacific, mostly Indigenous leaders out of government departments and some regional settler advisors, to really understand more deeply the challenges that you're facing that we couldn't capture in the policy gaps alone. The third project we then did, which is an important consideration and should be included in the INC process, is the translation of the science to communities, the access to the science. So with UNEP, we put together these fact sheets for you. They have been circulated. They're to be, used as you like as a resource for you to think about the lead up to the INC. We have a safer circular economy for plastics down here. And here is where you could understand where policy needs to be driven, the points of the policy frameworks. We did the policy gaps analysis. We link in another fact sheet, the links between plastics and climate change. Another one, the plastics impacts on human health, and the science is constantly changing. This may already be slightly out of date. And the impacts of plastics on human rights. So the gap analysis is structured under 5 main themes and their sub-themes. And it's the vertical axis that you see down the side is where we labeled the 52 documents. I've removed that just for ease of viewing at the moment. But what's important to note is that the horizontal axis lists all of the sub-themes that were captured or not captured in the policy documents. So we used a traffic light system where the green color notes the sub-themes listed, that they are explicitly addressed, and yellow indicates that they were partially included, or red is that they were not included, excluded from documents. So you can see from all of these 52 documents that there's huge gaps in Pacific Island policy frameworks, limiting the availability of the region to prevent the influx of plastics. But our argument in our second paper is this is not solely the deficit of Pacific policy. This is a problem of the international community, and that's why the international agreement is hugely important. Oh, what have I done? Okay, so this is the first theme, global objectives. But in terms of your considerations over the next few days, this would fall under the life cycle of plastics, these findings. So under global objectives policy frameworks, we can see that policy frameworks do not support a safer circular economy. That's the second column. Nor are they guided by the zero waste hierarchy, which is the second last column. Efforts to minimize plastics pollution in the Pacific are almost entirely focused on its management, collecting, cleaning and sorting and shipping plastics out, rather than on the prevention or reduction of problematic plastics and toxic plastic chemicals. The precautionary approach, which is the third last column behind me, is not applied to the control of plastic additives. This means policies do not support the long-term elimination of discharges that Tricia highlighted in her presentation, nor do they protect your human health. Yet, as Tricia showed, plastics do present hazards to human health all along the supply chain. They're produced from fossil fuels. Once released into the environment, they never disappear. Instead, they're degrading into smaller physical and chemical forms, which leads to the contamination of all systems. So toxic related chemicals and nano and microplastics contaminate your soil, your food, your marine and freshwater systems, the air, the bodies of humans and animals. And these physical and toxic chemicals persist in all of the ecosystems, the endocrine disrupting chemicals. It's transgenerational, it carries across generations. And this affects the cardiovascular, renal, gastrointestinal, neurological, reproductive, and respiratory systems. It can result in cancers, diabetes, reproductive, and developmental toxicity. And the latest science shows that microplastics have been found in our blood and in our lungs. The scientific evidence shows unequivocally that plastic pollution threatens our food security, our safety, our human health, and the human right to a healthy environment. In the last column here, we see that only 3 out of the 52 documents make a connection between plastics and climate change, yet plastics do have a largely growing greenhouse gas footprint at all stages of their life cycle, producing more than 1.8 gigatons of greenhouse gases per year. In the prevention table, and in terms of your thinking about the mandates of the agreement, this would come under sustainable production and consumption. You can see there's a huge amount of red compared to global objectives. The growing number of single-use plastic bans demonstrate across the region that some countries are relatively progressive in terms of their legally supported market and trade restrictions. However, there's very little legislation that protects countries from the influx of non-recyclable or hard to recycle toxic and unnecessary plastics. We've heard it already, despite their known harms, the rate of toxic plastics production and consumption is accelerating. Here in the Pacific, you are grossly and disproportionately impacted, precisely because your territory is comprised of ocean. You highlighted to us your close cultural, economic, and social ties to the ocean, yet this is what is threatened by the transboundary movement of plastics and the socio-cultural, environmental, economic, and human health impacts of plastics that are the result. Our interviews with you showed that addressing the transboundary movement of plastics, as Tricia stated, the plastics coming into the region through trade, tourism, the fishing industry, and marine litter flows on ocean currents, are a major concern for you. You highlighted this as a major interjurisdictional issue. And you stated that you're currently ill-equipped to manage the costly and harmful impacts of this problem, which is huge in magnitude and externally generated. You have made progress in the region through your plastic bans, but as I said, the policy deficit here does not lie with you alone. There are foreign external actors, corporations, industry, the international community, who haven't so far been willing to address the problem of transboundary flows of plastic pollution into the Pacific region. There are several examples of the pressures that are facing this region from transnational companies, for example, to continue to import plastics. But I want to provide one example to you that was given to us in our discussions with you, and that was the case of Coca-Cola Amatil. So in March 2021, Coca-Cola stopped distributing glass bottles in Samoa in favour of plastic ones, with little consultation, if any. They're an example of a major plastics producer with the power to dictate national policy and to skirt democratic and regulatory controls, leaving the onus to manage the plastic waste, to prevent plastic pollution, to strengthen legislation, to develop the effective remedy, and to protect environmental communities with you, the Pacific region. For a little bit of context to that, Coca-Cola has consistently topped the banned list for the worst plastic polluters in the world. They absolutely can do better. They must. They are listed as number 335 on the Fortune 500. So Coca-Cola should not be crying poor. Its annual profits are almost $8.5 billion in comparison to the combined GDP of your Pacific nations at around 10. So with corporations and industry citing geographic constraints and small economies of scale, your access to backloading has been restricted for Pacific nations. Backloading or reverse logistics is a supply chain mechanism to ensure post-consumption of plastics are returned to the point of production. So for example, filling the empty shipping containers and repatriating them for safe and environmentally responsible management, as is in the new mandate. As policy frameworks currently stand in the Pacific region, companies and governments can ship products in and not take the plastics out. Instead, you are reliant on stockpiling, then landfilling, then burning and dumping locally, which further impacts your small land areas, the environment and the health of Pacific peoples. So where this capacity and resources and infrastructure is limited, this can only be addressed at the international level. So as Tricia said, extended producer responsibility, backloading, and those sorts of things. But from our research with you, you've also shown us that in that international space, you've had very little agency of the outcomes in the global forum, in the discussions. And that's why it's hugely important that you do participate in the INC process and send in your submissions beforehand, as our UNEP representative stated. The major gaps here are also national reduction targets, and in the final column here, promotion of traditional solutions. There is little promotion or understanding of Indigenous alternatives to plastics, nor are there Indigenous-led responses to plastic pollution in relevant national policy. In terms of the mandate for the INC, these are important considerations under Indigenous and traditional knowledge. Our discussions with you have shown the challenges you face in accessing the latest scientific findings and data to inform your policy so that it becomes easy for local industry and suppliers then to exploit loopholes. The weakness in this science policy nexus in the Pacific shows from the more developed higher GDP countries a lack of provision of the open access to the international science of plastics pollution. It also shows there hasn't been that meaningful cultural and linguistic translation and communication. These challenges are compounded by a lack of best practice by the science community, working alongside communities. Tracy has highlighted that and has put together a network of scientists from the Pacific on Friday, which is hugely exciting. So to work alongside local communities to co-develop the questions and identify the problems, involve local communities in multiple sectors in the science, and incorporate Indigenous science frameworks into the research. More science by the region for the region. Moving on to management, in the mandate, this is environmentally sound waste management. As I've already mentioned, generally the focus has been low down on the waste hierarchy. In the fourth column here, economic development, explicit links between the impact of plastic pollution on economic development, for example, tourism, were seldom found in the documents we analysed. Also, there is just no legal basis for loss or damage in relationship to economic development, and certainly none on the loss and damage to your culture, to your livelihoods. So here under standardisation, some of this would come under national adaptation plans of action. The mostly green sub-theme there is enforcement on prohibitions relating to plastics. So unfortunately, the findings from our follow-up, even though this is in your policy, our follow-up discussions are saying it's not really happening in practice on the ground. There's a huge gap in national monitoring and reporting, monitoring and evaluation of plastic pollution, and the impact that your plastic bans are having in the region is not taking place. So again, there's a gap in the locally sourced science that can inform this process. Finally, the big one is, is this battery gone or is it paused? If you can just flip to the next slide. Great, thanks. Here's microplastics. So there is no regulation currently of microplastics in the region, emphasising too that lack of information that you've been given, that access to the science, because there's a lot of attention paid to the problematic nature of microplastics. And Tracia pointed out in her slides the impacts of where we are finding microplastics. So based on our findings across all of these research projects, to protect your region from the devastating impacts of plastics pollution, we recommend that you all continue and to talk about during this week and develop your objectives of the instrument, the definitions and the structure of work that will most benefit you to support the development of a comprehensive and effective international plastic pollution agreement that addresses the life cycle of plastics and supports the human right to a healthy environment. Here, there's a couple of things to pay particular attention to: national and regional monitoring and reporting. So assessing the environmental impacts of plastics. Make environmental information public. Ensure that consumers are fully informed of toxic content, safe handling and treatment. So for example, labelling standards. Facilitate participation of affected communities in environmental decision-making. This shouldn't be left just to companies and industry to be making these environmental decisions. Provide access to effective remedies where the plastic traders and manufacturers are responsible and should bear the cost of waste management. It's a corporate responsibility, not one for the community. Adopt and implement legal and institutional frameworks that protect against environmental harm. Apply the precautionary approach to microplastics, the life cycle of plastics. Regulate private actors. Protect particularly vulnerable members of the community, such as Indigenous peoples, women, children. And finally, international cooperation is what's needed if we are to effectively prevent the influx of plastics to the Pacific region. You can't do this alone with national or regional policy. It has to be an international agreement. Thank you very much. Thank you to Tricia. It's been such a pleasure collaborating with all of you on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea, Tricia, and Sasha. Thank you very much for that wonderful coverage of why we need to be here and why we need to be negotiating global legally binding framework. We will break for lunch now. And so we got lunch from 12 to 1. So lunch is outside by the cafeteria. And then when we come back from lunch before the next session that Karen and David and Christina will lead us, we will have the Talanoa session then, and then we will continue. So this will give you time to reflect over lunch around what has been said and Talanoa amongst yourselves, and then we'll come back and Talanoa a bit more, and then we'll go on to the next session. Yeah. So we'll break for lunch now. Those that are online, we'll break for an hour and be back here at 1 p.m. Suva time, Fiji time. So back in an hour. Naka. I've said the prayer, so you can start right away.
You can ask a question about anything you've heard today, if you have any questions. Otherwise, we'd like to hear from you what you think what you think success looks like for the Pacific. So we might open it up for any comments or questions at this point. I know you've just had lunch and they didn't give you coffee. But it is a good time for us to start just getting our thoughts together, even if it's at a very high level at this stage, about what we want from the agreement, so that we can take that to the INC1 and through all the INC meetings that come up. So over to the room and to those online. Is there anyone online that's made a comment? Oh, all of it. So this session is really to get your comments on what you think the Pacific requires from the global agreement, so that we can coordinate our thoughts and the messages we want to take through to INC1 and carry through all the meetings as topics change and move and discussions change and move. What is it that the Pacific wants from this? I mean, I can suggest improved waste management is a start. You don't want any more plastics coming across on your beaches, but also for the remote communities. It's about a waste management there, but also greenhouse gases and sea level rise is an important component for the Pacific. Just putting it out there, are chemicals important for you? What does the Pacific want from this agreement? Big question. We'll come back to it a few times today as well, but.
Well, I think from the small islands, large oceans and small island Pacific, in the Pacific and other regions, the issue is, or what perhaps could bring a global agreement is some frameworks, but also some finance. I think it's a lack, the waste management issue. In the rural areas, it's often a lack of capacity, financial capacity, to actually organize a proper waste management system. So perhaps with the recycling facilities also, there's a component of lack of financial capacity. So perhaps with global agreement that develop global program and financial assistance and technical assistance to improve the waste management and waste segregation and recycling, that might be a big outcome.
So you're suggesting some financial mechanism attached to the agreement. Yeah. Okay. Any other thoughts? What does success look like?
Thank you for the question. Just on from the Cook Islands, I think what's really pleasing about the session this morning is the focus on prevention. I know there has been a lot of focus on management in the Pacific Islands, with some areas still needs to be fleshed out. I know in the Cook Islands, the government is working on a solid and hazardous waste bill to start looking at advanced disposable fee for incoming sort of plastics. But I think the issue there is we have a lot of legacy waste that we need to also manage, and that's quite visible in all the islands that we have. But I think what success will look like for us, and probably at a national level, and how we can contribute more effectively to the global treaty, is firstly is on the technical advisory. So dealing with microplastics can be quite technical in terms of what sort of biodegradable products that needs to be banned. Understanding that so that we can use science to justify sound decision making will be important for us to ensure that we're on the right path. Data collection is always an issue for us in the Cook Islands, and I think some sort of technical support that we can have in building a robust sort of reporting framework that we're able to report more effectively on the plastic space, and that will help us report for sound decision making. And on the policy and legislation side, we'll continue to explore ways that we can regulate the importation of different types of plastics more effectively in the future. So any sort of technical assistance on the policy and legislation side will also be welcomed on how we can strengthen that. Thank you.
Thanks. So a question on the prevention and the import that you spoke about. Are you talking about that as at a national level, or you want the agreement to help you with those, not just designing the policies, but actually give you the tools to do that? Yeah. Okay, and then a strong science policy interface, yeah, to help. Anything else? Anyone online got a, no, they're quiet. They're all asleep in Europe.
Hi, I'd just like to add on to the current discussions about the agreement, and it's possible that I could have missed it during the presentation, but it would be good to see it a bit more clearly around how pollution like plastics affect those living in poverty. We know for Pacific Island countries in particular, already we are affected by the example given by Tricia about waste pollution, waste colonialism, sorry. And in the Pacific, there are also multiple levels that separate society in terms of, like, you know, when it comes to poverty. And we know that those living in poverty are affected the most when it comes to pollution. And for plastics, for example, and its associated toxic substances, that the management around it, it would be good to have it clearly outlined and how that would be addressed.
Yeah, so the science policy interface could include the socioeconomic studies as well, even perhaps some indicators around that to be developed later on. Okay, yes.
Yeah, there's also waste pickers are also, you know, explicitly stated in the mandate, which has been really good to see that in there. So maybe informal waste workers and equity and justice issues, Rufino, would be really nice to see a little bit more, at least in the conversation around this, working up to the various INCs.
Yeah,
yeah, Vinaka.
I think the job creation also. I think there was a question at the back. Yep.
Thank you. Just following up as well, a couple of the presentations talked about full life cycle of plastics. And I think Tricia's presentation was one slide with an infographic showing the different steps of the life cycle of the plastics. I would be very interested to see how this can be in support of looking at all these steps that could be adequately managed, with a very important element that is still yet to be achieved, I think, is the incorporation of the private sector. In addition to that, how we can have locally based infrastructure that does not need to rely on international shipping and other sources of pollution. And in addition, in light of what we experienced in the last 2 years and still ongoing, predominantly with the COVID, there will be another COVID, perhaps, or another thing that will happen that will disrupt all kind of international movement, that all of a sudden, one day, we cannot transfer our pollution to another location. What happened not long ago with China just stopping all the income of any kind of waste that all these European countries are now are struggling. So talking about sustainability of having all these steps in place, it is a massive challenge, yes, but that's something perhaps needs to be worked on. In the same time, perhaps nationally, yes, so that's more the national and the regional. But in the same time, how we can develop similar approaches for the local, and not only the urban, also the rural, and importantly, the maritime locations, which are completely overlooked. How they can have their own infrastructure or or strategies to be able to deal with the waste. And then how that can then be incorporated into this national and or regional system. Thanks.
Okay, so I think a lot of that goes to the prevention as well. I'm seeing some of the common themes around prevention, and one of the areas that we need to really consider in this agreement is the design component. So is there something that design can help the Pacific with and make their waste management more economically feasible? I think the Basel Convention talks a lot about dealing with your waste domestically. So your waste generation, you need to try and reduce waste generation. You need to try and reduce what you exporting as waste. Is that something the agreement can help the Pacific with in some way? You know, adequate disposal facilities is another thing the Basel Convention calls for.
Yeah, from Stefan's intervention, if I might, and I'll pass it back to you. It sounds also like a more of a regenerative circular economy approach as well, and which brings into question things like food sovereignty and food safety, but perhaps sovereignty more broadly speaking, and self-sufficiency, resilience, and ensuring lower vulnerability to economic and other pandemic and other crises as well. So ensuring that circularity and perhaps in a regenerative way, is a just circular economy, is that what you're referring to as well, and ways to support maybe through sustainable financing?
So I think, yeah, that is definitely the key, the circular economy. Regenerative, yes, other nice terms that we can use, which could be synonymous, but this is sustainable economy of this. And in particular, will the private sector incentives here, how we can develop an industry, an economic industry, a robust one that is sustainable, that can be supported by government and international agencies and so forth. Develop this economy that is based on research that is needed for new products, which will take a little bit more time in material engineering. But at the same time, how we can develop the local industries, which are already working in other parts of the world, hardly present here. Support local people, from the waste pickers to recycling centers, or upcycling centers and so forth. So a bit of a focus more on the economics of things.
Does Imogen have a question online? Where's the comment from Imogen? Ingram?
There's one
Tony,
over
have you
here.
got that?
Hi, I'm Leo from Tonga. I'm a chief environmentalist from the Department of Environment. I think for myself, having been working for waste management for over 10 years now, what we wanted to see in this global agreement is the ultimate goal of banning plastic, or at least a certain type of plastics. But I think having seen what we face in the Pacific is the phasing out of plastics, the current plastic that are currently in country, and moving towards banning at the end. I've noticed a few countries here have actually banned certain types of plastic, but they are still allowing importation of plastic in country, which defeat the purpose of banning plastic in country. So you have the problem of dealing with plastic at the black market. So for me, going back to the comments made earlier by that wonderful lady over there, sorry, I don't recall your name, but that's what we want to see from this global agreement. It's the development of a legislation in place to actually ban plastic at the national level, at the same time, the importation of plastics. And also technical assistance to build our capacity and also develop infrastructure-wise in country for us to be able to deal with current plastic that we want to phase out at the national level. And not only that, the financial assistance for us to be able to do that. I know lesson learned from the BRS COP, especially with crucial asbestos, even though it hasn't been agreed upon at the international level to ban the importation of the use of crucial asbestos at the international level, but we can do that at the regional level and also the national level. So it is still our sovereign right as a country to be able to do that, and we need the support of the regional level and also the international level for us to be able to do that. Because even if we ban the use of single-use plastic or all plastic in our country, but the bigger countries still use it, we still need to deal with incoming plastic that comes from the sea and from the air and all other areas that plastic can get into our countries illegally. So that's something that us as a country need assistance. Like, for example, during our phasing out period, we can do consultation, public consultation, to develop appropriate legislation to actually ban it after 5 years. Look at alternatives. What are the alternatives that are already available and are appropriate for us to use in country? I notice here in Fiji, when I go and buy shopping, when I do my shopping, they give you small bags, biodegradable small bags, and you have to buy at least 6 for your shopping. But in European countries, they give you huge, large bags, which you can only use 2 or 1 for that same amount of shopping. So it's something that if you're looking at alternative, make sure that that alternative is very appropriate at the national level, at the local level. And while you deal with the alternative, you also need to deal with the plastic that we still need to use, but in a sustainable way, adopting a sustainable finance scheme such as the container deposit legislation, extended producer responsibility, adopting a scheme such as the advanced recovery fee, and things like that. So you need to adopt those in order to deal with the plastic that you might still need to use them in country, so that those products can still be recycled and be reused in country, but at the same time give some sort of economic incentive to the locals and also to the government. So it's small things like that that we still need to, at the national level, that we need to address. And even with the other problem that we're seeing here is, even if we have this in place and we want to, even in the absence of appropriate facility or infrastructure to do recycling in country, we still need to import them plastic for proper recycling elsewhere in another country. And that's another problem, is there is no market available for us in the Pacific region to be able to do that. We have talked about it in the region how many times, but we still haven't come up with a regional hub where we can take our plastic to be recycled and be economically viable to the recycling companies back home, or even us, the waste companies back home. So it's something that we need to, I mean, if we sit down and do a brainstorm, there's still a lot to do to assist us at the national level. But for me, I'm very happy that we have, from my experience for the Minamata Convention, it took us INC 7 to actually adopt the Minamata Convention at the end. So I'm looking here that we are, I think, INC 5 before we, I'm still thinking there will still be a long way to go for INC, and I'm hoping we'll end at INC 7 before we actually adopt, because this is a very crucial and very, this issue is very crucial, and we have to deal with them immediately, because 2050 is just around the corner. So it's to me, in Tonga, we still have plenty to address in order to better manage plastic in our country. But I'm learning. I'm happy that the other countries are moving forward, and I'm learning. We are still learning from the other countries, and we're still fortunate to have technical assistance and financial assistance from SPREP. But what I'm hoping to see at the global level, it's just the banning of plastic, or at least certain types of plastics, so it can ensure that anything that comes from those bigger countries to our countries are being limited, so we can have the capacity to deal with what we already have in country first. So that's just a comment. Thank you.
Okay, so you're looking for some potential global phase out of problematic plastics as a start. Yeah, I think we have a clear mandate to do INC 5, not INC 7. So we really have to start thinking very hard about the how and the what and the how. Imogen?
Yeah, so those that are online, if you would like to take the floor, just raise your hand and the virtual provider will unmute you and allow you to speak. Yeah, so thank you. I think some more wants to take the floor. Just in front of you, Tristan.
Thank you. Affiliate from Samoa, representing the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, responsible for waste management in the country. Listening to the earlier presentations with regard to the full or the whole life cycle of plastic, I must say that Samoa, during the UNL5, support that whole life cycle approach. Looking at the what we want from the agreement for Pacific, with the presentations pointing out the whole life cycle, just wonder how the agreement will look into the case of the Pacific Island. How can we control and protect Pacific Island country in different stages of that life cycle, plastic? In saying that, I would say like looking at the agreement, probably looking at providing a framework to control the production and manufacturing of plastic, where we see safe alternatives, if there is such a case of safe alternatives for Pacific Island countries and for small island states, given our heavy reliance, on plastic, which is the main reason why we are using plastic, because, make things easier, so to speak. Again, with the issues over the years in implementing waste management and the fight against plastic, we have identified, as some others saying earlier, the need for technical capacity building, for small island states on the national levels, financial mechanisms to provide support, to national government to continue on implementing on national programs and community grassroots level program on plastic-free nation. And then again, the importance to look into the scientific research, looking at the proper, alternative, for in replacement of plastics, like I've said, given the reliance on the use of plastic, products and stuff. And then again, looking at the issue of transboundary, for small island states, this region, Pacific Island region, we receive a lot, on what we can produce, or saying that none of our countries produce plastics, but receiving a lot, through transboundary. How can the agreement look into a better control or into a legal binding agreement that basically focus on the manufacturers and production, agents of plastics, so that reducing at the source level instead of keep producing plastic where small island states, national governments can rely on, based on the choice, and the need of the people. So these are some of the key elements, I would say, the agreement should be looking at, to help Pacific Island countries, small island state, not only PCs, but also some other Pacific countries as well, so that we can have a better protection on the possible impact of plastic on our countries. Thank you.
Sorry, just one point. I think everyone in the room and virtually we're all in agreement for the direction we're heading. And I think this global treaty, its success rests in how mainstream it can become, because this is really for the economic sector. How do we make the economic sector more sustainable? How do we get this to the manufacturers, to economic ministers, so that it's going to be embedded in any economic sort of development? I haven't seen much of this global treaty discussions going mainstream, and I think that's probably a way that we can get some leaps and bounds in how we can get track on this, because I think everyone in the room is in agreement. It is an issue, it's a global issue that really affects the Pacific, but it's really getting this treaty to the economic agenda, whether it's through leaders forums and economic ministers, to try and make a change. So I thought I'll just emphasize that as well.
Yeah, it's not just a problem of the environment, it's a problem of economics too. Okay. You want to introduce our other speakers?
Sorry, Tony, I was just noticing that there's some conversation sort of looking at, pushing up to prevention and talking about prevention. We've heard about bans and those kinds of things, manufacturers design, but not much around sustainable financing or technical support for specifically refill economies, reuse economies, or right to repair economies as well, and that's pushing up high there, right? So, and then of course looking at the kind of the design of the materials right from the manufacturer, right from producers, which is obviously outside of the Pacific, and ensuring that the treaty deals with that, deals with safe and responsible the standards for those design of products, whether that makes them more durable, so they're fit for purpose for refill, that they're safe, toxic free for refill, repair, reuse, right up the top as well. So just I guess maybe thinking about that, and also around the bans and things as well. And I hear what you're saying, we hear that a lot around wanting to ban plastics, but also just considering as we go through the workshop as well, thinking about, do we want to ban specific polymers? Do we want to ban specific or restrict or control particular polymers and additives associated with the plastics? Or are we wanting to stick to particular products, which can be quite a long list? So just planting the seed for further thought and discussion.
Yes, thank you very much, Karen, and Tricia, and everyone for that very useful conversation in Talanoa as a result of the session before lunch. I think we will continue with this into the next session, which is really to talk about what are the key aspects that we will need to discuss for the first INC. Yeah? And to do that, we have Karen, but also we have two colleagues who are linking online. So we've got David Azula and Christine Dixon, who is linking in from Geneva and also from London. So they're online, and we've got Karen here. And this will bring us to afternoon tea. So please, 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. All right. Over to you, Karen, David, and Christina. Thank you.
All right. If we can get the slides up, please. We'll try and run them from here. We'll have to cut the session a little bit short. I think we're finding the slides. This was going to be a 2-hour session, so we had divided it into 2 sections just to give it a break with a Q&A at the end of each section. So when the slides come up, you'll see we're going to talk about the principles, objective, and scope. I'll talk a little bit about that, and these are all just thought starters, again, for your clusters starting this afternoon and going into tomorrow. So there's no right or wrong, there's no set in stone. These are just thought starters for you to go into your clusters. David will talk a little bit about the framework versus a detailed or specific agreement. And then Chris will talk about the elements and control measures, and we'll have a little bit of a Q&A. See up there. And then we'll move into session, the second section of the session. So I'll talk a little bit firstly about the principles, objectives, and scope. We know that, well, firstly, you're going to discuss this in a cluster this afternoon, but that the objectives, definitions, and program of work are potentially discussions that will happen at UNIA 1. So this cluster 1 is going to be quite important for you going into INC 1. Also, the program of work will be discussed at INC 1, and this is also likely to be perhaps clustered into themes. And these will potentially design or affect the design of the negotiations. So how these clusters of work are designed going forward might affect how the INC discussions happen going forward as well. So for these sessions, what we'd like to do is try and keep the ambition high. So we're going to put some big concepts out as well. When we go into the INCs, we need to balance the high ambition with the time frame of 2024. And David will talk a little bit more about that in the framework agreement. But then, you know, if we end up with a framework agreement, how do we strengthen that going forward? So do we put language in that agreement to allow us to continue strengthening it after 2024 or after it's adopted in 2025? So these are all things that we need to talk about, and I think your cluster 1 might cover some of those. Oh, sorry, I should have. Where do we point this at? Does it go? Ah, there we go. Okay, so that's basically what I said there. So I'll talk a little bit about the principles. Principles generally in an agreement help interpret and guide implementation of the agreement. So these can be outlined in the preamble, or they can actually be elaborated further in particular articles. So we need to think about the principles that we also want to include in this agreement. And there are just some examples that I've put here. Principles of precaution, which we all know about. We know we've got enough information to go forward. We've got the prevention principle, which we mentioned, where we avoid damage before it happens. Polluter pays principle. We talked a bit about the extended producer responsibility. Traditionally in environmental law, polluter pays means that the polluter pays once they've polluted. But we're starting to see it more used in the OECD version, where it's an economic principle for allocating the costs of pollution control, either physical costs or financial costs or both. And then the integration principle, do we want to see something like that, where we integrate environmental protection into all the relevant policy areas towards sustainable development? And we've heard finance being talked about quite a bit and others. So it's not just about the environment, but all our sustainable development and infrastructure and everything else that we do has this built into it. Then we've also got some of the newer principles, which is the right to a healthy environment for present and future generations. We've got the right to information. This has come up a lot, the transparency that we need, particularly around human health and the chemicals in plastics. Transparency around the right to know the harm to the environment, including through recycled content and the recyclability. Is that actually safe, and is it doing any more harm to the environment? And do we want to incorporate labelings and inventories and reporting on leakage, etc.? So the right to information, there's many tools there that we can develop through the agreement that will give policymakers and the public that information that they need. And then we talked a little bit about jobs earlier. So the right to engage in productive employment is also out there. Do we want to use this agreement to help generate green jobs and safe jobs and protect those jobs? Then just to highlight what we've seen in the Cleaner Pacific strategy, which also lists some guiding principles, and there's some extra ones there around the reduce, reuse, recycle and return approach. Product stewardship is mentioned. The proximity principle is mentioned, which is also in the Basel Convention. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Public consultation and participation, multi-sectoral approach, proactive approach, sound decision making. So there's a bunch of principles which are probably moving more into approaches as well, but you know, we need to think about what we want to include there. Looking at the goals, this is really going to be a big topic of discussion, I think, at INC 1. So we need to be clear as the Pacific region and as the world, what are the high-level outcomes that we want to achieve? And those objectives are often elaborated in the first or the second article of an agreement. The first may be definitions or it may be the objective. And I've just listed a few examples from some of the relevant MEAs and grouped them as well. So some tend towards the outcomes and are broad, such as protecting human health and the environment. Protecting against the adverse effects resulting or likely to result from human activities which modify or are likely to modify the environment. Others are probably more goal-oriented, which are prevent, reduce, and where practical, eliminate pollution. Some minimize adverse effects of climate change. International trade is in there, social, environmental, and economic impacts. Then there's some which hint at the life cycle as well. So sound management of chemicals throughout their life cycle, chemicals used and produced in ways that minimize significant adverse effects. And then we have hazardous wastes or other wastes managed in a manner which protect against the adverse effects which may result from such wastes. So there's a few examples that we can use as starting points when we get to UNIA 1. But I think also important to think about is the scope and the scope of this agreement, because that's really what's going to guide us. And the scope will constrain the range of control measures that you can put into the agreement. Also the type of tracking and the reporting and funding mechanism and what's going to fund through this agreement. And here I like to think of plastics in two ways. So we can either govern plastics as a product or we can govern plastics as a material. If we govern plastics as a product, we're probably talking more about waste management and improving waste management. And there we may as well have had a protocol under the Basel Convention, to be quite honest. If we manage this as a material, we're talking about the chemicals, the monomers, the polymers, etc. And there we have a greater opportunity to affect the design of plastics and make them safer, etc. So in thinking about the scope of this, we also need to think, how can we future-proof the agreement? So how do we make this agreement last a long time and not sort of become stale and out of date quickly? So we also need to think about the mechanism for updating this agreement. So while we're thinking about the whole scope of what we want to cover and the scope of plastic pollution, we may not be able to get it all in initially, but if we've got the language and the future proofing of this agreement, we'll have the mechanism to keep updating it as we go. And there's a few examples of MEAs out there that are quite good at that. I think our chat's cutting off a little bit over there. So again, looking at the scope, we have some guidance from UNIA 5/14, the resolution. It talks about plastic pollution and the full life cycle. We've mentioned that a few times. In the life cycle, do we differentiate between production and manufacturing, for instance? We don't have any definitions on this. There have been calls for definition on the life cycle to be given in INC 1. I think we need to be quite careful of that because it can really dictate a lot around the negotiations. The scope also includes product design. I think this is going to be one of the most difficult parts of the agreement. It's not been done in a global agreement before, besides perhaps limiting certain chemicals. How are we going to do this? And we talked about the benefits it can give the Pacific by making recycling more economically feasible, etc. And then we also have resource efficiency. So is that going to go up to the extraction phase? So this is all considerations for the scope of the agreement that we need to start thinking about. So looking at the scope of plastic pollution, we're currently doing a study for the Basel Convention, which is mapping the global governance of chemicals and plastics and looking at what explicitly already governs plastics or the chemicals that we know are used in plastics. And part of what we're looking at is what could the scope of plastic pollution. So this is what we're suggesting, is that the scope of plastic pollution could be the problematic plastics, microplastics, and that was included in the resolution. So it recognizes that plastic pollution includes microplastics. We could be looking at the chemicals of concern, as we've mentioned already, and the polymers of concern. Just off the bat there, that does not really include greenhouse gas emissions. Is that something that we want to include, or is that just too far out of reach for the scope? Going back to the chemicals, the research has shown that we have about 10,500 chemicals in plastics. Of that, about a quarter of them are substances of concern or known substances of concern. And of that quarter, of that 2,500 chemicals that are of concern, we're only regulating 5% of those under the Stockholm, Rotterdam, and the Montreal Protocol. So we have a long way to go with chemicals. Do we want to rely on the chemicals regime, the Stockholm, SACM, etc., to handle this, or do we want to bring this into the plastics agreement and speed it up? We know some of the others are really slow to update, so it may be worth putting that into the agreement as well. We've talked about the full life cycle, and here we know we need to cover resource efficiency, we need to cover product design, we need to cover sustainable production and consumption, circular economy approaches, and obviously environmentally sound waste management. But I think another big concern that we need to talk about in INC meetings is what part of that falls under the Basel Convention, or how can the Basel Convention be strengthened to cover it? And therefore, is that still in scope of this agreement? Or is it something like the law of the sea, where we just refer to the international rules and regulations and push it onto the Basel Convention, which is doing great work already? It has the language in it, as I mentioned before. Article 4.2 talks about reducing waste generation in every country, reducing the export of waste, and providing adequate disposal facilities as a starter. So again, if we're going to focus on waste management or plastic as a product, I think we might as well have done a protocol under the Basel Convention. And then again, looking at the life cycle here, OECD has done some work looking at the chemicals perspective of sustainable plastics design, and they've broken it up into 4 phases of sourcing, manufacturing, use, and end of use. Is that going to be enough for us to deal with in the agreement? Or do we need to go into more details, such as extraction, production, manufacture, consumption, waste management, final treatment? And if you look at the difference between those two, you start seeing areas where maybe it's a bit clearer what part of that life cycle could fall under a different regime. So maybe the climate change regime or the waste management, but then final treatment comes back into manufacturing. So is that something that then comes back into the agreement? There's also trade in there, so trade of feedstocks and products, as well as waste. So how we define the life cycle, I think, is really going to either clarify the boundaries with existing MEAs, or it's going to obscure it. So we need to be thinking about that. And part of this research that we're doing is to really help clarify what is already covered under the other agreements, specifically for chemicals and for plastics, so that we have a clear picture of what's left. What do we want to push into the other agreements, and what do we want to keep in this agreement? So I'll leave it there, and hopefully David's online and can move into some of the discussion around, is that David's one? I think so. David, are you there?
Yes, thank you. I needed my microphone to be reactivated. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the so far very interesting conversation, and thanks, Karen, for this great overview of the beginning of the discussion. Now that we've discussed a little the content of the agreement, or at least the big building blocks, I would say, on the agreement, there is a big question that is also going to be posed quite early in the negotiation process, which is what form should the agreement take? And there are a few different, Ciel has published a study on this very topic. I am not going to present slide to you right now. I'm just going to walk you through quite quickly the analysis that we did and its conclusions. The document is available online and I think has been shared with the participants. If not, I will share it as soon as my presentation is over. So there are different types of global agreement, basically. First of all, there are different terms that apply. Some are called treaty, conventions, agreements. International law is quite clear about this. The name that you use, whether you use treaty, convention, or others, in the end has quite little impact on the content or the nature of the agreement. So that is not something we're going to go into much detail for now. There are, generally speaking, leaving aside the question of the name, we usually consider the 3 types of international agreements. You have substantive convention with a targeted approach that aim to single out a particular environmental problem for isolated treatment in a separate instrument and sometimes separate instruments. You have framework conventions that aim to create a general system of governance for an issue area and then developing more specific commitment and institutional arrangement through various protocols. And you have what is so-called the hybrid approach, leading to either framework convention with a specific provision or substantive convention with general provision supported and complemented in many cases by protocol and annex and appendixes. A vast majority of the MEA, the Multilateral Environmental Agreement, are of this latter form, are of a hybrid form, containing some clear time-bound targets and obligations within the instrument and equipped with annexes or appendixes that can strengthen the implementation of the instrument as it carries on its life. Now, when it comes to form of an agreement of international agreement, the main principle that everybody can agree to is the what I like to call FFF, in souvenir of my liking French group when I was a kid, music band when I was a kid. But FFF actually stands for form follows function. So what is important is not so much how we're going to call this agreement, but to identify, as Karen was saying before, the goals, the objective of the agreement, and then ensure that whatever agreement we negotiate takes a form that will allow us to reach these objectives. And in this context, the one approach that we believe is absolutely critical to the success of the agreement is what we usually refer to as the start and strengthen approach. So it's an approach that allows to set clear obligation, clear targets from the beginning, but also allows the instrument to strengthen its methods of control or strengthen or expand its scope as it develops. The major or well-known examples around these starts and strengthen approach could be the Montreal Protocol on the one hand, or for example, the Basel and Stockholm Convention on the other hand. And so what is really key, and this is really what I want to leave you with this, is not so much how we're going to call the agreement or how we're going to structure it, but ensure that it contains everything that is needed to be successful. And in that context, we've identified at least 3 core elements that should be, that the agreement should be structured around. First of all, because of so on a personal level, I must say that I am not very inclined to support the idea of approaching this question through a framework approach. So having a general framework set up in the agreement that we negotiate during 2 years, and then count on the future negotiations of additional protocols, because that may delay action to a point for a time that we currently don't have. And so the 3 core elements, pieces, that the instrument should be structured about is that, first of all, the instrument should address within the main text and annex and appendixes the most urgent and pressing issues, making sure that parties have time-targeted, measurable, and binding commitment with effective enforcement mechanisms. So we'll talk about the enforcement mechanism later on in this session. Second, what is absolutely key to ensure the start and strengthen approach can be functional is to guarantee that the main governance body, usually we call it a CUP, but different instrument use different name, but that the main governance body possesses direct law-making competence to consider and adopt amendment and adjustment to the main text or annexes or potential protocols. And that is very, very important. A number of participants earlier mentioned the Rotterdam Convention. And the Rotterdam Convention is quite a good element of the challenges that are being presented to implement that start and strengthen approach and to ensure the vivid life of the agreement. the way decisions are being made in the COP at the Rotterdam Convention allows each and every country to virtually block any decision with the right of veto. And unfortunately, the way the arguments was drafted, in order to amend or to change this aspect of the convention, it also requires a form of consensus that makes it almost impossible. So now, countries that want to use the Rotterdam Conventions are forced to find ways around this. So now possibly creating a new annex that would not apply to everybody, but at least that is a way to move forward. So these are the things that we absolutely want to avoid in the future plastic treaty, because we want to avoid that any party can block the implementation or can block the growth of the agreement. And at the same time, conversely, we want to ensure that the agreement can grow and can be efficient and can evolve together with the level of science and together with our understanding of the impacts of plastics and to the new technologies and the decisions that will be taken. Third, very important elements that should be part of this agreement, whatever form it takes, is to put in place clear provisions for coordinating actions with other existing or future international and regional instruments, and strict provisions for the relationship between parties and non-parties. And this is also something that we're going to get to later. Because of course, as was mentioned by Karen and other people before, even though there is currently no instrument, no global instrument that covers the entire life cycle of plastics, there are existing instruments that address some aspects that are relevant to plastic. Basel Convention for transboundary trade in some of the plastic waste, the Stockholm Convention for certain chemicals that pertain to the production of plastic, and others. And so it is really critical to have clear provisions for this coordination, and this was actually also called for in the mandate that was given. So in quick summary, there are different ways in which the instrument can be structured. What is key is to guarantee a start and strengthen approach. I believe that the best way to ensure this, both the start and strengthen approach and take into account the urgency of the situation, is to go for a hybrid agreement that will contain within the core of the text time-targeted, measurable, and binding commitments, guarantee that the governance body has direct lawmaking competence to amendment adjustment to main text, and finally to ensure that there are provisions in the text that regulates, or at least that regulate the coordination with other instruments. So I'll stop this presentation for now, and I'll pass the floor to Chris for a little more going into a little more detail of how the instrument, what the instrument could provide.
Can we unmute Chris? Yeah. Thanks, David. Chris.
Hello. Okay. Great. So thank you so much. And thank you for having me. I have to apologize because it's 3 in the morning and I've never tried to give a presentation about a UN resolution at 3 in the morning in a hybrid meeting, but there's a first time for everything, so I'll give it a go. Yeah, I'm speaking to you from Brighton in the UK, so we're separated by an ocean, except I think yours is much more attractive than mine here. It's very grey. But yeah, I wanted to just give you, I guess I got the short straw maybe, but we've had a lot of conversation about the concepts and about what the potential agreement could include. But we also have to ground our conversations in this meeting within the kind of framework of what's actually been provided in the UNEA resolution 5/14. So in this presentation, I'm just going to give a kind of whistle-stop tour of 2 operative paragraphs, 3 and 4, which if you do any homework and you're not already fully familiar with the details of the resolution, OP 3 and 4 are really the ones to take a look at. But just for some context, the language that we see in this resolution, it didn't kind of come out of nowhere. And although the time frame for the negotiations seems quite fast, we can actually see this within the framework of quite a lot of work that's already happened in evolving our understanding of plastic pollution, understanding how we want to talk about it and how we want to approach it in a governance sense. So really, from UNEA 3 onwards in particular, this idea about a global agreement started to evolve. If you could just go back a slide, sorry. Thank you. Okay, it really started to evolve, and it culminated in this idea of ending plastic pollution. So it's a really bold ambition. And in order to achieve such a bold ambition, we're really going to need some quite clear control measures within the landscape of the agreement to make that happen. So next slide. So this is the moment at UNEA 5 when the gavel went down. And I think it's really, it was a really big moment of celebration, but we have this expression, the devil is in the details. And really what we need to understand now is what those details are going to be. And as a region, what the Pacific region wants to advocate for in terms of those details. And one thing that's really cool is that within the UNEA resolution, a lot of the principles that were in the Pacific Regional Declaration are already there. So now it's a case of going into the negotiations and fleshing them out in a little bit more detail. So next slide. So this picture on the left, this is the plastic tap, the sculpture that was outside the UN headquarters in Nairobi when the negotiators were negotiating the text of the agreement. And I think it's just a really great illustration of what people were trying to achieve. It's turning off the plastic tap. So looking at the whole life cycle of plastics and how we can actually get at the measures that will achieve that across the life cycle of plastics, just turning the tap off. So things that the resolution concretely does, this is in there, this is what we've got to work with. It convenes the INC, that's what we've been talking about today. It's talking about plastic pollution in all environments and includes microplastics. It's got the provisions for binding and voluntary measures. And something that's really important is, what I'd really love to see happening in the discussions over the next couple of days is, what are the elements that should be binding, and that we really want to stake our claim in. These elements have to be binding. We've seen in the past lots of voluntary initiatives that just haven't been successful because they lack the teeth. So there's clearly some things that need to be binding within this agreement, and that's something that we need to talk about here. And again, I don't need to go over this because we've kind of addressed this already, but talking about the full life cycle of plastics, the definition of that will be very important at the first INC, and sustainable production and consumption of plastics. Right now, we don't even know how much plastic is being produced. We rely on the self-reported figures from industry to understand how much plastic is being produced. We don't know if that's accurate. We can't manage what we can't measure. How can we reach any level of sustainable production and consumption if we don't actually know what's out there? So these are the types of things that can be tackled when it comes to sustainable production and consumption. And we'll talk about that in the cluster more tomorrow. Again, product design, things like eco-design. Should we be phasing out plastics that just can't be recycled? Should we even be designing them in the first place? And do we want to make that a concrete measure within the agreement? I think Karen already touched upon ESM, environmentally sound waste management, and defining that. National action plans, I'll come to shortly. The reporting obligations, what is the information that we require to be reported, and how are we going to get at that? Will it be done at the national level? Are we looking at plastic production? Are we looking at plastic imports, exports, the production of products that are going on the market? We need to really clearly define what should be reported. I'm actually not going to talk about this slide that just went up there. It's okay, you can put it back on. I actually just included this in case we wanted to refer back to this in the Q&A, but this is actually the full text of OP3. And so there's 16 sub-paras within this. So I don't think anyone will benefit from me reading all of these out. But this is the kind of meat, this is something to really become familiar with, because these are the hooks where we can advance the measures that we would like to see. So, for example, things like national action plans, but also things like, existing plastic pollution is mentioned. Somebody earlier mentioned kind of remediation from legacy pollution. Well, this is the text that went into the discussion discussions, which means we have a kind of lever to talk about remediation because we have some text in there about existing plastic pollution. So what do we actually want concretely on remediation? And, you know, does the region want to advance any recommendations related to that? And there are also things within here which are quite vague. So, for example, this multi-stakeholder action agenda, there hasn't really been a fully formed idea put out there about what that even means. There is a multi-stakeholder dialogue the day before the first INC. So, you know, perhaps does the region want to be proposing something about what this might look like in practice? Next slide, please. And so then within operative paragraph 4, we've also got some really interesting stuff, which is like the nitty gritty of how we can make an agreement that's actually effective. You know, we've talked a little bit about the obligations and measures already, but for example, the financial mechanism, you know, in the Talanoa just before this, there was quite a lot of discussion about technical and financial assistance. And at the moment, it's not determined, you know, it's not clear yet what the financing will look like for the agreement. You know, so would, for example, the Pacific region want to propose a specific type of financial mechanism, which they feel works in other agreements? For example, in the Montreal Protocol, you have a dedicated multilateral fund. So, you know, donor countries are inputting into this fund, and that fund is responsive to the objectives of the agreement. Whereas in other agreements, it could be servicing many different MEAs. So it's actually not specifically responsive to only that agreement. I think it was Imogen put in the chat box, which those of you in the room can't see, but she just made a comment about the Basel Convention. You know, it's a very useful convention, but thus far, you know, perhaps hasn't had enough funding to be truly effective in implementing the agreement. So, you know, without the money to do the job properly, can the agreement be effective? So that's why it's going to be really critical to put forward a clear idea about what the financing should look like. Equally, on things like the scientific mechanism, Tricia talked about, you know, how to incorporate, for example, Indigenous knowledge and traditional knowledge within the kind of scientific mechanism and make sure that that information is being clearly received and included in considerations. Also, how do we ensure that the science is not co-opted by industry? You know, it's neutral, it remains impartial, and that could be something that's considered within the scope of the scientific mechanism. There was also some conversation in the room about, you know, the informal sector, so specifically waste pickers and the relationship between plastics and poverty. There was quite a big move to get some language specifically recognizing this stakeholder group within operative paragraph 4. And so the text that's in there is this lessons learned and best practices, including from informal and cooperative settings. And this kind of sets the stage to have a conversation about, you know, what a just transition for workers could actually look like. And how do we include those stakeholders meaningfully in the discussions? It's not just paying lip service to them, it's actually including them to help them shape an agreement that will serve them, you know, from a human rights and just environmental justice perspective. And then I suppose critically, just last comment on this slide, is that there's an open mandate. So operative paragraph 4 also says that the INC may consider any other aspects that it considers relevant. So that's just something to bear in mind, that if something is missing here, we can also propose other things. It might be difficult because there's already a lot in here, but if we want to add something, the door is open for that. Next slide. So thankfully, fewer sub-paragraphs in operative paragraph 4. So I've just popped them up here, but I won't discuss them because I already have. But I do have a couple of other additional points. So Karen, if you could just hit the next. Yeah, great. So for example, when we talk about targets that could be within the agreement, you know, there haven't really been many ideas for targets floated around. And so, you know, here in this room, you could be, you know, shaping potential targets to put out there for this agreement. You know, could the target be something around a reduction in virgin new plastic production? Could there be targets for collection and recycling? What about targets for reducing the concentration of microplastics in the marine environment, you know, as one potential target? You know, do we want to see an end date for plastic pollution, something like the 1.5 degree target that we see in the Paris Agreement? Nobody's actually put a date on it. in the Osaka Blue Vision, which was spearheaded by Japan, there's this idea of no additional plastic pollution in the environment by 2050, I think it is. But, you know, can we set something, you know, much more ambitious here with this agreement? Next cue. Again, you know, what aspects should be binding and what should be voluntary? You know, you could argue that there's been a lot of industry voluntary targets on things like product, but they haven't so far been effective. So do we want to make those requirements, you know, to phase out problematic plastics, those aspects be mandatory, or design standards that could facilitate, you know, refill and reuse, for example? Next cue. And what does meaningful participation actually look like? You know, if we want to include, for example, Indigenous peoples, waste pickers, people working in the informal sector, how do we actually create a space that's equitable for an equitable dialogue to take place? You know, it's been highlighted that travel is incredibly difficult. Is the funding there to support travel? But does the virtual setting even work for everybody if there's a digital divide in terms of access to, you know, stable internet connections? So we really need to work to ensure access to these conversations and that the voices are heard. And next cue. And then, yeah, this open mandate, crikey. Well, I mean, there's loads of stuff we could talk about here. But for example, you know, we've heard a lot about human health and the impacts of plastics on human health, but the text is not super strong in this regard. So, you know, what do we want to push for here for inclusion? I'm personally really invested in having specific programs for sources of plastic pollution like fishing gear and agroplastics and paint, because I think somehow the conversation often ends up being about packaging, but there are a myriad of other sources which also maybe need a specific strategy. And how do we get at, you know, the safety and sustainability criteria for plastics? Next slide. And then just really briefly, because I realize I've just blasted a load of information at you, national action plans are going to be really important when we consider how we look at the agreement at the kind of national implementation section. And there needs to be some dedicated thinking about what this looks like, you know, for all of the Pacific Island countries. And so, you know, you could think about it, and this is like just an idea about sort of 3 phases, and looking at what's already happening at the regional level and how that could be adapted for the national level. But things like a preparatory phase, you know, looking at the different inventories, sources and pathways, doing needs assessments in a second phase, and then identifying intervention opportunities, particularly for things like the circular economy. And then it's about policy development and implementation, and understanding, you know, what technical and financial assistance is going to be available to support those obligations, but starting to kind of, I guess, get ahead of the game and do this preparatory work so that you know what technical and financial assistance you're looking for within the agreement during the negotiations will really help get the conversation going. And I think that was my last slide. Was it? Was it my last slide? It was. Okay, so thank you so much for you know, listening to us. I think we're just going to kind of open the floor again now, if I recall correctly. And I just put this this infographic here just for the Q&A, because I think it kind of largely speaks to a lot of the principles that we just kind of floated out there. So hopefully leaving this up on screen can be just a prompt if you want to kind of touch on any of these different topical areas, and fire any questions to anyone you'd like to hear from.
All right. Open floor. Anyone have questions on anything that was mentioned there? There were some big ideas. Patricia, do you have a microphone? Here's some time.
Thank you everyone for your presentations, and good to see you, Chris and David. One thing I was, well, during the presentations, both David and Christina's presentation, was wondering if there might be a case, and it's just, you know, I just thought of that, but there might be a case for a Annex 1 countries and non-Annex 1 countries model, because different countries have different levels of responsibilities and contribution to the plastic pollution problem. And if they were like Annex 1 countries that would have some specific obligations, specifically the big producers of plastics, and non-Annex 1 countries. So that also might talk to the issue of what would be mandatory and what would be voluntary. So I just wonder if there's been any thought around this sort of approach.
David or Chris? David. Go, David.
Thanks, Patricia. This is a very good question. And what is clear is that the mandate makes it very clear that the different situations of different countries must be taken into account when drafting the different provisions and the different obligations. That was a long conversation at UNIA 5. And so that is something that clearly is part of the things that needs to be considered. Whether it will require making a distinction between different groups of countries to which different obligation will apply, or whether the national circumstances will be used to adjust maybe the timing of implementation of certain obligations or others, is yet to be seen. I must say that the OECD, non-OECD countries or Annex 1 and Annex 2 countries model is not something that I've heard discussed much so far, which doesn't mean that it's not going to come up and that it is not necessary to address or it could not be used. But I think this is quite an interesting idea. If you allow me, I will extend that to another element, which we will touch in the second part of this discussion, is that beyond the question of Annex 1 countries and other countries, it will be critical to think of drafting provisions that govern the relationship between parties to the agreement and non-parties to the agreement. We've seen some very efficient provisions of this type in the Basel Convention, in the Montreal Protocol, and this is essential to avoid parties to the agreement outsourcing their problem or offloading their problem to non-parties, and it also avoid non-parties to take advantage of the constraints that exist on parties and to evade or escape the implementation of the agreement. So those are definitely things, how we're going to distinguish between different group of countries and what provisions will apply to which will clearly be at the heart of the conversation. And I'll keep your suggestion of Annex 1 and Annex 2 country in mind to see how that could fit with the model that we're currently being discussing.
Christina, any thoughts?
No, I don't have any thoughts to add to what David just said, but there are a couple of questions in the chat. So I wonder, just because it might be nice to, if I could pose these questions either to you, Karen, or to David, because they relate to the Basel Convention. So I don't know, you want to hear it?
I might just first respond to Patricia, because I was thinking about that too. And if we're talking about product design and standards and criteria, it's not a trade agreement necessarily, but if you're putting those standards into your national legislation, you shouldn't be allowed to export products that don't meet those standards. So that could be one way of covering it, but without going to the Annex 1 and Annex 2. It's just a blanket. If these rules apply to you, why are you allowed to export them to other countries, which would help the Pacific, I think, in many ways. Sorry, online, anybody? There's some Basel Convention.
I think there was a question that Christina was going to ask you or David to respond to. Is about the Basel Convention.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I might read it out, David, just because I don't know if the people in the room can see the question. If so, that was what I was going to suggest. Yeah. Okay. So there was a question from Terry, which was about how to avoid the shortfall of the Basel Convention not being able to include many plastics of concern and the lobbying from the chemical industry.
My sense is that this is a very good question. This is a question that we've been asking ourselves, including in the negotiation towards the mandate, because there was a lot of lobbying and there was plastic. It represents massive economic interest. I think the value of plastic trade is in the trillions. I suspect Tricia or others in the room might have the exact accurate number. And so it is natural and to be expected that those interests would try, that the representatives of these interests would try to defend their interest and their position. And in fact, we are definitely seeing something like this in the Basel Convention. The truth is, we're seeing this in all the MEAs that exist, whether it's Minamata and Mercury, whether it's obviously climate, whether it is Basel, Stockholm, or others. Industries that may be impacted by international rule will try to resist and push back against those rules. And in fact, the industry that we're dealing with here that manufactures plastic is the same industry that has been trying to, and with quite a level of success, to derail climate negotiation for the past 30 years. They're the same companies that are producing the plastic and those that are extracting the gas that is being turned into fuel and that we're trying to regulate to regulate through the UNFCCC and others. There is no silver bullet to avoid lobbying. And in fact, I would even argue that it would not be appropriate to a certain extent to completely leave out the voice of the private sector and the voice of the lobbyists in this negotiation. What is important is to ensure that these industries or this particular lobbying doesn't prevent the world to move towards the end of the plastic crisis and to reach the objective that has been set for these negotiations to come up with an instrument to end plastic pollution. So how do we limit the influence of the plastic industry? We can, of course, go, for example, the way that WHO went in relation to the convention, the Framework Convention on Tobacco Products. Producers are not allowed in the negotiations, and they're not allowed to step in and have their voice heard because it is considered that the product is what needs to be regulated and is toxic by nature. I don't think that this is something that can apply to plastics. And so I don't think we can straight out prevent or forbid the industry to participate. However, there are other ways to ensure that their influence will be limited. A big element of this would be how the science body that is called for by the mandate will be established and what sorts of rules for conflicts of interest, for protections of conflict of interest will be put in place. We're looking at a scientific body that will advise the governing body, the COP of the future treaty, to take decisions. And so it is extremely important, as was mentioned by several speakers before, that this scientific body can be entirely independent and be able to advise the COP on the basis of objective, best possible science and avoid doubt manufacturing or weaponization of science against the objective. So this is one, there are different ways in which this can be done, but we also have to reckon with the fact that there will be tremendous pressure to make this instrument as with little ambition or as narrow as possible, to focus only maybe on waste management or other elements, because what this treaty aims to do is to restructure the plastic economy that represents trillions of dollars in trade. And so of course there will be resistance, and we should expect this lobbying. And this is why it is extremely important to identify from the get-go what you actually need to solve your problem. And it is also extremely important to enlist the work of scientists, academics, independent scientists and academics in this process to ensure that the decisions that are being taken in the course of the negotiations are decisions that are based on facts and on science rather than on doubt manufacturing. So there is no clear response to your question, but I hope I've given you at least some elements of ways to think about this particular issue.
Yeah, I might add to that too. When we use the term industry, it's a very broad term, and I think there's parts of the industry that are very positive about this agreement. And there's some parts of industry that have come out in favor of the agreement and declared that. So we also need to find out the positives for industry, from industry, those sectors of industry, so we can almost quieten the voices of those that are against it.
I might add as well, just to sort of, we have our colleagues from WWF participating in this workshop, and they've been doing a lot of great work with the private sector, around looking at, what is the business case for a plastics treaty that would really benefit, certainly sections of the private sector. And we saw at UNEA, the fast moving consumer goods companies, the likes of Unilever, Nestle, these big, multinational companies, signing a statement that talks about, limiting the production and use of plastics, which is pretty bold and ambitious, coming from a sector that uses a lot of plastics. And that's really in recognition of the fact that the business, elements of the business industry and industry group have a lot to gain from certain restrictions on how plastic is produced and used. For example, access to recycled material. They've all set these voluntary targets for recycled content, but they can't meet them because the price of virgin plastic is so cheap and the price of recycled plastic is so expensive. It's just one example of the kind of the business case that could really underpin, why elements of the industry want an ambitious plastics treaty. With a pinch of salt, as we say, but certainly, the industry is not a monolith, and we have to look at, what are the arguments in favor of a plastics treaty from the business community as well. There's a comment in the chat box from Imogen. Imogen, I don't know if you wanted to phrase this as a question or if you want me to read your comment, but it seems to be quite an interesting one about national action plans.
Hi, sorry, it's me, Leo from Tonga. Just a quick comment on what you just mentioned about the industry agreement. It would be good to have the similar agreement with Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, it's a major distribution of soft drinks in the Pacific, and in some Pacific they have the bottles, the drinks in glass bottles, and in Tonga they have it in aluminum cans and also plastic bottles. They have no, they have no interest in terms of trying to take back those plastic bottles or any interest whatsoever in the recycling of those bottles or whatsoever, reuse back in the countries. And I think it's similar arrangement in the other Pacific countries as well. So it's I'm not sure why we haven't worked out something with Coca-Cola yet, but it's something that probably having this international agreement, something that we can work together as a country and try to get them on board as well. Same arrangement as Nestle and so forth. Once we have them on board, I think we will be able to manage at least a quarter of our plastic problems, or at least half of our plastic problems in the country. Thank you.
Imogen?
Hi, everybody. It was just a suggestion that with the lack of expertise we've got and the small amount of time before November, that we could have a template for national action plans similar to what happened with Stockholm Convention national implementation plans. And Pacific Islands people found this very useful, but to get those, at least the draft version done by each country in time for Inc. 1, and then Anthony Taululi's confirmed that some people within SPREP have been earmarked to then develop a regional plan based on what the each country put forward as their national plan. So I think if we did that, we would get a regional position that we could defend very well. I thank you for the very clear and straightforward presentations where, looking at, say, 3 key issues in the areas which you treated. But for me in the Pacific, if you're talking about the outcome, I really think the health aspect where, you know, unknowingly, we as stewards of the biggest ocean are taking up in the fish that we eat every day, plastics. And so, as David said, you pick the most urgent issues and address them. Then once they've been addressed, you pick up the next few urgent issues. So it might seem like a daunting task, but if we go at it methodically, we can get there. And remembering we have other countries and other regions which will probably support us. Thank you.
Any more? Shall we go on to?
Thank you, Bradley Nolan from SPREP. We've all received a lot of information today, and I'm conscious that we'll be moving into smaller cluster discussions very soon. And I'm just wondering whether I can pose a question to any of the subject matter experts that are here, that are familiar with a process like what we're talking about, and really try to understand. To me, there's almost two elements to the discussions that will be happening in terms of the creation of a legally binding agreement. One is those things that need to happen at the global scale. And those metropolitan countries that have a lot of industry activity that are generators of this material, the full life cycle will be happening inside of their borders, and there will be a lot of controls around that. But then the Pacific and other SIDS are in a situation, as Mafleo and others have described, that they're largely the net receiver. So they're not going to have a lot of the production companies in their borders. They're not going to be captured by a lot of the activities that might happen on that end of the scale. Yet clearly the waste product, the management of it, and the shipping to those countries that can receive it for any processing that will happen will be occurring. The few discussions that we've had around financing mechanisms and around the support systems and services, I'm wondering whether we can, or in fact should, spend a little bit more time on those elements of a treaty that would be worth just highlighting now before we move into the cluster discussions that are specific to small island development states. What should we be aware of as the countries is thinking about what do we ask for? What are those perverse outcomes that might happen if we don't ask for the right thing? Could there be extra costs that we're unaware of? Could there be compliance costs that there is no control over, but will be filtering through to countries? What are those things that those of the people on the call at the moment that have gone through this process before in some other MREAs can really just highlight now in a couple of bullet points, so that the countries can reflect on those as they're going through these preparatory deliberations. Thanks.
Yeah, limit that to a couple of bullet points.
So I'm happy not to respond to your question, because I think the question was much broader than what any of us on the panel presenting today can respond. One thing that I could point to is that there's been quite a lot of work that has been done that was mentioned before, where we could do work on the Talanoa Declaration, because this was exactly the exercise that was done, as well as the exercise that Tricia and Sasha did for the paper that they presented earlier, which was really about looking at the situation in the islands, in the regions, and trying to identify specific issues and specific problems that the islands in the region are confronted with. And so I think I think this is actually the objective, the very objective of the cluster session, which is to collect the perspective and the expectations of countries and stakeholders in the region in order to formulate a regional position. So my sense is that this is something that we're in the process of doing, that this is what this workshop is designed for. And it might also be interesting to go back to the Talanoa Declaration and to the asks in the declaration that were presented by Tony earlier, because these results from exactly the kind of analysis that you were discussing. I don't know if Karen or Chris, you want to add anything before we give the floor to Kate from WWF, who I believe would like to go back to the question about industry initiatives.
Yeah, I might comment on that. I think Bradley raised an important concept there, what's possible at the international level and what's possible at the national level. We talk about regulating industry, but that happens at the national level. You don't regulate industry at the global level. You can set all sorts of guidelines and targets and things at the international level, but you have to integrate that into your national legislation. You have to develop standards at the national level and regulate industry there. So the global agreement can help you with that sort of guidance and some higher level, maybe criteria for design, but it's really about how you interpret that in your, do you add it to your taxes, your economic incentives, your bans, etc. How do you use those? And I think that's what we need to be really clear on, what's possible at the global level versus the national level.
I might hand over to Kate, just in the interests of time. Kate, I think you're unmuted.
Thanks, Chris. This actually follows on nicely from Karen's comments. I wanted to give a little bit of an overview of some of the work that you mentioned, Chris. We have been working for the past couple of years with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation on an initiative called the Business Coalition, or the Business Manifesto for a Plastics Treaty. And that originally started as a small-ish group of businesses, including some very large multinationals that did support this move towards a global instrument. And it's since grown to around 150 businesses globally. And as I said, that includes quite a substantial group of very large multinationals that are very invested in this discussion. And there are real benefits, potential benefits to be derived from a more consistent approach to regulation. As Chris mentioned, some of these relate to recycled content and standards and design requirements or criteria, but there is definitely an opportunity to link into that. And some of the work that we're trying to do at the moment is moving this into a more business-led initiative, which has previously sort of been supported by WWF and Ellen MacArthur Foundation.
Okay. Any more questions online? Thank you, Kate. Or a question for Kate.
Question for Kate. Kia ora, Kate, Tricia. I imagine that the relationships that you've had with industry as well, one of the benefits for industry is likely to be leveling the playing field for them. Is that something that has emerged as a key priority for them in engaging and supporting a treaty and the work around plastics for you, from your perspective?
Yes, I would argue that that is probably the key area that sort of joins the perspectives and the objectives of that business group. And we commissioned a huge piece of work initially to launch this business case, and absolutely leveling the playing field was one of the key areas. There's since been kind of further developments. So definitely that group supports both upstream and downstream policies, which I think, there's quite strong alignment there between the Pacific Declaration and many of the NGOs working in this space and that area. And also kind of a strong focus around a robust governance structure and compliance as well.
Okay. Any more questions online? Nope. All right, we've got only a few minutes left. Shall we move into session 2, or do you want to break early? Break. Was it a break? Break. Okay. Oh, you got an early break. All right. So we go to tea. And what time do we come back? 10 minutes. Over to you, Tony.
Yes, what we'll do now is that we'll go on a break. And but first of all, I just wanted to thank Karen, David, and Christina for that wonderful session of the last 2 hours. Thank you very much. And what we'll do is that we'll go on a break for afternoon tea. And when we come back, we'll split into the two groups. We will have one group here, and another group will be on the conference room next to the main foyer, the entrance to the Grand Pacific Hotel. We need to divide ourselves into two groups, us physically here. For those that are online, you will be automatically be put into two rooms. One room will be 2 rooms. For us here, we would need to physically divide ourselves. So may I suggest that we just perhaps split the room into half. So we'll have from, so Rosalind, you and then also Boga, if you and that half go to the other room, and for the rest of us here, we will stay in this room. So you'll split into the two. You'll go there first for the first part, and then when you finish that first part, after 45 minutes, you'll split. So you will go, you'll change rooms, and then we will resume again the conversation, and then we'll come back here to report back.
There were still 2 topics left in that session. Do you want to
Was
skip
it?
them? There were still 2 topics left
Oh,
in that session.
sorry.
Do you want to skip them or
No.
or do them quickly after?
Sorry, my bad. We'll do that quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Up to you.
I'm sorry, my bad. We will come back here first, and then we'll split.
We've got 2 topics left
Two
on the
topics left.
agenda, so we'll go through them very quickly.
Okay. Sorry, so we'll make a break. If I can, let me just correct myself. We'll make a break for 10 minutes, and then we'll resume again. So we can be back here at 3 o'clock, please. So 10 minutes break, and we'll come back here, finish off the sessions, and then we'll go into the rooms. All right, thank you very much. Don't listen to what I just said.
There was- If you want to still cover them. If you want to still cover them. No, we broke it into 2 sessions because it was so long, and then we ended up having the time and then there was a lot of talking.
So we have got to deal with the options.
kaget tuh. Maksudnya iya, equipnya kita tuh. नहीं वो बेचो ना बाकी का मतलब ले हम जाता यूरोप स्टार्ट करना है राइट तो यहाँ पे इमेज इफार में मैसेज करो kenapa enggak ada malam nanti नहीं हम सबके मेनू में नहीं कुछ नहीं so तुम यहाँ पे ना ऑप्शन नहीं you are assigned to cluster 2 okay cluster 2 is right accept cluster 2 और अगर नहीं करी वो क्लस्टर 2 चल रही और तुम नहीं किया है you have to wait energy तो ये फालतू में जैसे करना है welcome to cluster 2 this is cluster 2
So thanks everybody. We're all back here now and we're going to start. And then we'll break for the cluster groups after this.
Is our presentation then? All right, are we kicking off? All right. Welcome back and some nice strong coffee for us all. So we've got just a few more thought starters before we split out. And again, you know, these are some of the bigger ideas. They may not necessarily be discussed at INC1, but I think they're worth keeping in mind at INC1 and through the INCs. So although it might not be a topic of discussion, it's always worth talking about. So we're going to look at some of the information required to inform the design of the agreement and track progress of the agreement. Although those sorts of things will happen later on in negotiations, but it's always nice to know what information we need to know because it does help us think about control measures, etc. And then David's going to talk about options to support implementation and compliance. And then if we get time, I think we'll talk about priorities and barriers, but that might come out through other conversations during the where are we going backwards? All right, so information required to inform design and tracking of the agreement. So just to take a step back, looking at the hierarchy of activities, at the global level, we normally try and harmonize action. So we try and get everyone to do a similar thing and the same thing through the agreement, etc. At the regional level, we then facilitate that action, and SPREP's been very helpful in that level as well. But really at the national level, that's where implementation happens. And we need to bear that in mind when we're looking at the design of the agreement. So implementation happens at the national level. That's where we also do our monitoring and reporting. And then that feeds back up to the regional level and back up to the global level where we can then track our global vision and targets for the agreement. So just a quick overview of that. So what do we need to know? if we're going to design this agreement and track it. So information, we might want to think about what we need to inform the design of the agreement. And here we're probably thinking more about the control measures. What do we need to know for elimination? To minimize impact and reduce or minimize plastics? What are we trying to do? But also, what are we trying to promote and increase? So what do we need to know about that sort of, those sorts of control measures as well? And then what do we need to know to track progress towards the global goals and targets? And here it's more around the reporting and the indicators. And although we always have indicators are developed after an agreement, it's worth thinking about that. And we'll talk a little bit about what's happening in that area as well. A little bit. Might need a new battery in this. Not sure where it's supposed to go. Come on. Can you go to the next slide, someone? There we go. Is that one? There we go. Okay, so I mentioned before, what does success look like? And we can start thinking about that as well. So that could be very different for different countries, and that could depend on whether you are primarily an extraction, a production, or a manufacturing country, and particularly for Pacific Islands, if you're an importing country. So what does success look like for you? It could also be very different for the actors across the life cycle. So whether you're a producer, a retailer, collector, or a recycler, and then success could be quite different for different members of the community as well. Particularly, we always focus on the informal waste management sector and remote communities. So we need to be talking to these different stakeholders and actors and countries and understanding what success looks like for all of them as well. Can we go next slide, please? So we're going to get both. Right. So some of the elements that we can track, just some examples, are the legal and policy frameworks. So how are we integrating control measures in national legislation through definitions, regulations, standards, penalties, etc. So we can track that aspect of the agreement. We can also track material and waste flows. We haven't been particularly good at the material flows. We're getting a little better at the waste flows. We can track the impacts, and we probably had most of the focus on that over the recent decades. So it's health, which we don't know too much about, environment, ecosystem services, and then we talked earlier about economic costs and benefits, which we also need to track. We can also track investment by government and industry. So there's a number of things we could be thinking about here. So just to go on to give you a bit of background, because it's easy enough to talk about this, but often countries will go, well, we can't do that. So it's worth knowing what's already happening out there so that we're fairly confident we think we can deliver on it. So UNEP was asked in UN Resolution 4/6 to recommend indicators to harmonize monitoring, reporting, and assessment methodologies and taking into account key sources. So this work is already happening. We have a suggested framework for international indicators already. It's at an early stage, but that's already happening. UNEP was asked to support development and implementation of action plans, marine action plans. So we've got some progress on action plans of some type. Promote action in the framework of regional seas on action plans. And we know we've done quite a good bit of progress on action plans at the regional seas level. But also to establish and maintain a database of technical and scientific information. And that's happening under the GPML digital platform and inventory. So there's work happening on inventories already. So I'll get a little more into that detail as we go. But if we think about how things normally progress, we'd have our global plastics agreement, which sets out our global, regional obligations, etc. In there, we'd have our objectives and goals, our targets, and then we'd develop indicators and timelines around that. And those would then filter down into at the national level, where we'd in meeting those global ones, we'd set our national objectives and goals and our targets, indicators and timelines. But we're already starting work based on what UNEP's been asked to do at different resolutions around national source inventories and indicators. Those indicators are still quite rough, but this is all happening under the GPML digital platform. So there's a platform for it. National source inventories is UNEP's approach to developing and designing action plans. So that's what happening already. still at the early stage, but all of this then feeds into potential national reporting, which can then go up to the global reporting. So there's almost a structure in place already, which is happening rapidly under the digital platform. So it's worth keeping track of that. Again, looking at national action plans, countries have asked for flexibility. So we have to balance this need for flexibility with harmonized action. If we end up with something like the Paris Agreement, where it's completely flexible, we end up with a lot of difficulty in comparing action plans to really track progress. So one way, perhaps, if we had a suggestion of a template, the other option is to try and have harmonized targets and harmonized indicators, even if it's a subset or a small set that we can all follow and talk to in our action plans. So if we have harmonized targets that address the full life cycle, there's no burden shifting, minimize that. We are targeting all actors, hopefully, and we can have some common timelines around that. The same with the indicators. We can then develop some metrics that are comparable across countries and regions and consistent over time. So we need to start thinking about what those are now, and what's possible, what's not possible, what we want to track, what's important for us to know that we are getting that success factor that we're trying to think of. So just to say that a lot of work is already happening around the waste flows. This is even an old diagram from 2010 from UN Habitat. They've been looking at solid waste management. There's a number of methodologies that have come out since then that have been used in different countries to help design their action plans. This is only a start. So this is the kind of information that could be tracked. It's only one component of the life cycle as well. But there's even next week, there's a workshop in Copenhagen on the methodologies run by UN Habitat. They're bringing all of these together. They are trying to harmonize and find the commonalities. So there's a lot coming out already around the waste flows, which includes your recycling, etc. Then also just some examples of, in the Basel Convention, there's the revised draft guidance to assist parties in developing strategies and recycling and recovery of hazardous. And there's some examples of quantitative indicators there which could be used. Either we bring that into the agreement or we leave that up to the Basel Convention. But there's around waste generation, collection rates, recycling and recovery rates, final disposal rates, and then information from facilities that generate hazardous waste, such as quantity and type, etc. So there's a lot out there already that we probably need to be aware of and know that we can integrate that, or it's being tracked under something else and we don't need to track it under this agreement, for instance. I think the plastics guidelines were put on hold with the Basel Convention, but they should be kicking back into gear. So the other area which we need to track if we wanted a holistic life cycle approach, and we wanted to know that we're winning across the life cycle, we probably want to look at some of the materials coming from the environment into the economy. So the pressures we're putting on the environment from extraction. Once it's in the economy, what's happening there? Is it circular? Is it safe? All those sorts of indicators that we can be tracking there. There is a lot of work happening around indicators for circular economy. Not easy, but it's happening. We can then also track what's being leaked into the environment, and that's probably what we've mostly concentrated on, is from the economy into the environment. We can also track removal, so what's going from the environment, hopefully back into the economy. But then there's general emissions from that economy as well, probably focusing more on greenhouse gas emissions. So there's a lot of areas we could be tracking if we're going to really have a life cycle agreement to know whether we're winning. So we need to start thinking in the bigger picture when we start talking about objectives and scope, etc. And then just to give you a brief overview of this indicator framework that we worked on under the UNEA resolution 4/6 paragraph 2C. So the indicator framework has been based on the System of Environmental Economic Accounting's central framework, which has a number of accounts under it, like the waste accounts, the ocean accounts, and the economy and society accounts, etc. So we've used that as a basis because it tracks things quite nicely. It's a very well established framework. It's not accepted yet. It's just a suggested framework to be looked at. But there we had one of the goals was to reduce natural inputs. So obviously what's coming from the environment into the economy and the supply of natural inputs. And then as it moves through the economy, tracking it there. So the supply of products and residuals, the use of products and residuals, and then back into the legacy residuals. So we could have some goals around that, such as reducing the natural inputs, safe and efficient circularity of material flows, and then minimizing risk to humans and environment from pollution. So once it goes right through the economy and it leaks out, so hopefully it stays in the economy. And then some of the other ones around landfill and incineration, which obviously are then lost to the economy if that happens. So that might sound very ambitious, but it doesn't have to happen all at the same time. We have some approaches that we used under the Sustainable Development Goals, where we looked at the progression of how we're tracking towards collecting this data. So we had indicators with insufficient data, indicators with sufficient data for analysis, indicators with data that show positive trend, and then indicators with data that show negative trend, etc. So there's ways of looking at these indicators, and not to say that we have to have all that information immediately, but we need to have the framework of what we want to know. And then we'll get to that point, and perhaps funding will happen around collecting that information. So I would say be bold on what we're trying to track and what we want to know, because it doesn't have to happen immediately under the agreement. So thank you for that, and I will hand over to David, who is at some very crazy hour of the day now. David? Is he there?
There you go. Thank you very much. And yes, very crazy hours, but I seem to understand that this is the Pacific Islands bread and butter, and that you guys spend a lot of your nights in meetings like this. So I guess it's only fair that it's our time. It's our time now. Thanks very much, Karen. I am now going to introduce basically just a number of guiding questions in order to make this presentation relatively short. And because this will be the topic that will be discussed in cluster 2, really the idea is just to introduce some of the questions for you to start thinking about it. So as we've discussed since the beginning of the workshop today, we are aiming for quite an ambitious global instrument, and that in and of itself will raise some serious implementation and compliance issues. So I've identified 4 possible options or 4 elements that will be key to discuss in the context of implementation and compliance. And so those are a financial mechanism, a science body, parties to non-parties provisions, and a compliance mechanism. Next slide, please. So very clearly, as we set up on this path to end plastic pollution, it will require financing. Governments, national governments, as Karen just mentioned, are the one who will be implementing those provisions. And for a lot of those provisions, it will require adaptations of policy, adaptation of practices. It will require changes in behavior. It will require changes in in control, in the institutions that will be used and put in place. And all of this requires money. The good news is that the mandate itself, clearly, as was mentioned by Chris earlier in her presentation, the mandate clearly identified the need to discuss a financial mechanism for the implementation of the treaty. But that's still, there's still a lot of questions that exist around this. Will that financial mechanism be an independent fund specifically dedicated to the treaty, or will it fall under the existing GEF, funds, or will it be just a fund that will be added to the environment, to the GEF? But if it falls under the GEF, what GEF cluster will it fall under? So here there are a number of questions around the structure and the governance of the fund. There's another question about the financial mechanism is, what will it pay for? Will it pay for investment? that would sound possible, but as we've discussed before, waste management is, or at least some elements, will be largely covered from the Basel Convention. So what elements of waste management will end up in the treaty, and what sort of financing will be made available? Will it finance just marginal costs like the Montreal Protocol does, or new technology investment, system change? Again, there are a lot of questions of what this financial mechanism is supposed to I'm sorry, now that's the time, that's the moment where my brain starts becoming liquid, but hopefully you understood what I meant. And then there's, of course, a major question of where will the money come from? Will it only come from donor country? Will this fund finally manage to implement the polluter pays principle that has been adopted 30 years ago by the international community and that we're still struggling to implement? So here there are a number of questions around the financial mechanism, and we'd be very curious to hear the ideas of both governments and stakeholders in the region. Next slide, please. What we've set out to do will require a lot of data and a lot of information, both purely scientific from ecology, toxicology, ecotoxicologists, but also from humanities and social science to identify the various impacts of the measures that will be adopted, because it will require also hard scientists having a clear understanding, or specialists of ocean ecology and air and soil ecology. And so there is a first question that is listed last on this slide, of course, which is what sort of multidisciplinarity will be necessary for the scientific body or science policy mechanism to succeed. As was mentioned in the first presentation of the day today, at UNIA 5 was adopted another resolution that launches a similar intergovernmental process for the creation of a science policy panel on chemicals and waste and pollution. The scope is still to be decided. Will that science policy panel also serve as the science body for the plastic treaty? What will be the relationship or the role of other existing bodies, such as the GPML or the POPROC that serves the Stockholm Convention and others? What will be the exact role? There are examples that we can draw from, again, the Stockholm Convention and others about how the scientific committee relates to the governing body of the treaty, the COP. Here, there will be some discussion to be had as well. What will be the form? Will it be a standing body? Will it be a science to policy panel modeled on broader panels such as the IPCC or IPBES? And so again, there are a lot of questions around what this science policy mechanism should achieve, how it will be structured, what will be its content, and of course, what will be the rules of procedure, how do we avoid conflicts of interest, as was mentioned in previous discussions. All of these are open questions that is very important for the region to identify what are their views and what are their priorities, and can the region get to a common position around this to make its voice stronger and more efficient. Next slide, please. I mentioned earlier in my conversation that the inclusions of provisions that regulate the relationship between parties and non-parties to the instrument will be key. It was mentioned before to avoid, for example, if the treaty regulates or bans certain types of polymers, of course, we don't want parties to buy those polymers to a non-party and to circulate them on the market and vice versa. And so let's think concretely, we know that they will be important, but what should these provisions achieve exactly? What would be their objectives? We have good examples in the Basel Convention. We also have examples in the Montreal Protocol. What can we learn from those? And how can we ensure that those parties to non-parties provision will ensure will be sent parties to join the treaty, but will also ensure that the treaty will be efficient and functional for the entire biosphere, even though there is no universal membership or membership of the treaty. Next slide, please. And then comes the question of the compliance mechanism. This is always a very touchy conversation when it comes to compliance mechanism under MEAs. What can we learn, again, from existing mechanism? There has been long discussion under Stockholm to establish a compliance mechanism that was just voted in a few COPs ago. The Basel Convention has had a compliance mechanism functioning, but still some elements are in brackets about how it should function and who has the power to seize or to bring a particular issue to the compliance body and compliance mechanism. So what can we learn from those existing mechanisms? How do we link the compliance mechanism with the process of review and reporting that will be embedded in the treaty? How do we both try to support and incentivize clear and accurate reporting? How do you ensure there is a good review and at the same time use the compliance mechanism to support countries for better implementation? A big question that always comes up in compliance mechanism is how do you form the balance between supporting countries that are non-compliant to help them move into compliance and not make this particular mechanism a punitive mechanism that can be weaponized by some parties against others. Again, this is something that will be extremely important because we know from other MEA's example that without a strong and robust compliance mechanism, it is much harder for the treaty to be, for any global treaty to be successful and demonstrate effect. And so this is something that we should be starting to think about and where countries in the region should build from their own experience as parties to these other MEAs and start to identify what form would they want this compliant mechanism to take. Next slide. I think I am done with this. So we're now moving to Q&A. I don't know if we want to take too many Q&As now or whether we want to move some of this conversation to the cluster groups. I will let our session facilitator to decide on this. And I think we still have to round up this particular session, we have other guiding question. Yes, thank you very much, Chris. Up to you for the opening question or the question that should help us open the conversation at the same time as it helps us focus it on the actual region's need. Thank you.
Thanks, David. I think I would probably just do a vibe check on whether we want to have a plenary chat now or if we want to go ahead with the clusters. So because I cannot see the vibes, so I'm just wanted to check in.
I believe we're going to do clusters tomorrow now, and we'll continue with the plenary now, Q&A.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks, Karen. Great. So I am basically going to take the easy job here, and I am just going to throw this open to everybody online and in the room. So it's really the chance now to kind of reflect on this mega information download that you've just had throughout the day, which I appreciate is a lot, to kind of think now about how this really relates to the context for all of you. So, you know, what does success look like? What are the priorities? But also, most importantly, what are going to be some of the barriers to the meaningful participation that we've talked about in this process? So on the next slide, I have just put down some questions. These are just a suggestion for things that you might want to reflect on, but actually this is your time to really, to kind of go wherever you want with this conversation. But some prompts from us here are, so does the regional declaration that Tony presented this morning, does that still accurately represent the core position for the region on this issue? And moving into the negotiations, what are the shared priorities with respect to what the Plastics Treaty can achieve, and what are the key differences within the region? And then what are the specific needs to participate meaningfully in the negotiations and also in the implementation? And then also, there's a lot of people here from, different areas, so government, but also non-state actors, NGOs. So, what are some of the activities that non-state actors or NGOs, civil society can do to ensure their needs are reflected during the negotiations? So this is a open discussion space. So if you're not too exhausted, would love to hear from you.
Any comments on the previous presentations or on the questions here on barriers, etc.? Yes.
Hi, it's Leo again. Just a general comment. I voted on behalf of Tonga, the members to the INC Bureau, and I noticed there were 7 nominations, and they were all from Asia countries. There were none from the Pacific. In a way, participating in international convention, I still don't understand why we are grouped together with Asian countries, because first of all, we have nothing, or I mean, if we have something in similar, probably they are the producer and we are the receiver, but I mean, we have nothing in common. Therefore, I feel like that the Pacific Island countries are being belittled in their participation in international convention. Our voices are not being heard. Only the bigger countries are being heard. Hence, the reason why I see that there's slow in progress in the Pacific Island countries in terms of addressing POPs, mercury, and now plastics. What I wanted to see in the future INC is a participation, is a member country from the Pacific in the Bureau to voice our concern and what we need to see in the Pacific. Like mentioned by previous colleagues, they are the bigger countries are the producer, and we have to face with the consequences of that. We are the ones that are being polluted. We are at the bottom of the food chain, if you can say so. So that's what I wanted to see. I think if addressing the question number 2, what are the specific needs for PIC to participate meaningfully, is to see that happening in the future. And also, I am aware that our participation in the AHEC and also in preparatory meeting are very poor to various reasons. And the COVID outbreak is not helping us, but I urge my other fellow country members to, if we continue to say that plastic pollution is a priority in the Pacific, then we need to strengthen our participation at the international level to tell those countries, bigger countries, that we are here and we mean business. And we need to participate in order to make that happening. And I think, and the other problem, not problem, but something that our decision makers always ask us when we provide submission to accede to a certain international convention is the financial obligation from each country to be able to become a member. And fortunately, PRS and also Minamat Convention and even the Waingani Convention, those conventions, the only financial obligation that each member countries provide is their membership fee. to those conventions. And so I assume that will be part of the money collected by the Secretariat to be used for various management reasons or logistic reasons. But and I hope to see the same sort of arrangement for moving towards an international agreements for plastics, because I noticed that not all the Pacific Island countries are members to PRS and only a few to Minamata, and that might be the only reason or one of the many reasons that countries are not on board yet, because they need to be sure of that. Like I said, I think it's very hard to compare bigger countries to us in the Pacific because of our limited resources, the limited resources that we have. We only live within our means, and we don't have that much to deal with other stuff. Hence the reason why we need the assistance in terms of technicals and also financial. Thank you very much.
So I'm happy to address some of this comment, and I think the comment about the participation in these international negotiations and presence in the Bureau is a very good point. One thing to note or to nuance a little the situation in this particular agreement, because small island developing states were identified as facing very specific issue in the context of plastic pollution. This is the reason why, as the UNEP representative presented in the first presentation earlier, in the makeup of the Bureau for the INC, there are not only 2 representatives per UN region, but also an additional representative for small island developing states. No, the Bureau member for small island developing state isn't coming from the region, she's coming from the Caribbean. However, we know that both the Caribbean and islands in the region use AOSIS to weigh in better or to make their voice and their issue heard more at the international level. And the good news is, I think for the next 2 or 3 years, it is countries in the region that will take the leadership or chairmanship of AOSIS for the next 2 years. So there will be a way through the SIDS Bureau member and through the position that countries in the region will be playing at the AOSIS, this creates a particular channel to reinforce the views of the region and the voice of the region in the negotiation. But in addition to this, I think even with that, it is clear that the region is facing particular difficulties in weighing in on these negotiations, because negotiations happen very far. Traveling there is complicated, and when you don't travel, it happens in the middle of the night. I'm very well placed to know that right now, and I'm also very well placed to know that this is not conducive to being able to represent the region or the country in an effective way. There are also challenges related to capacity in each of the country. And I think this is why the work that is currently being done by SPREP and by all of you is so important, because it allows, if the region can identify and can set up clear position, it will allow to mutualize the resources from the region to carry not the voice of FSM or Palau or Cook Islands, but really carry the voice of the region, and this voice will carry a specific weight if it comes speaking on behalf, if it comes on behalf of the region rather than on behalf of different countries. So I think there are systemic obstacles and challenges for the region to weigh in, but we've seen in other processes that a lot of those challenges can be overcome by good coordination, by good preparation of the various meetings, and by good organization within the region. Now, implementing of being part of these conventions and treaties. As far as I know, there is no direct fee to become a member of a particular treaty or convention. What happens is that once you're a member, you may be asked to provide a contribution to the financing of the Secretariat or others. But this is marginal, I would say, compared to the sums that will be necessary to implement the obligations and provisions from the treaty at the national level. And this is the reason why, from the beginning of the discussion at UNEA 3, I think, countries were very clear that if we're moving forward with a legal instrument, a global legal instrument, it will need to be supported by a dedicated financial mechanism so that developing countries can have access to the funds they need to adjust their institutions, their market, to provide the incentives, and simply to be able to implement the provisions of the treaty. So I hope that provides some elements of reflections and food for thought around the challenges that were just identified. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't want to take up the floor because it's not my time to speak, but I was just reflecting on attending some of the closed meetings where text was being negotiated with you, David, as well. So I'm also talking to you at this point and to Chris and Karen, of course, too. But certainly my observations were that if the Pacific Island state representatives could not be somewhere physically on the day, that it was really important, or appeared to me very important, to give the mandate to speak on behalf of. And I think this is absolutely speaking to what you were talking about in terms of a regional position, and making that clear and doing the groundwork, doing the legwork first before the INC 1. If you can't be there, if you can't attend, if you can't be there online, then giving the mandate to somebody to speak on your behalf and putting your country next to the specific text that you've clearly identified as a priority, I think might also be quite a powerful way of going about that. But I'll open that up to the room for responses on that too. Nora.
Thank you, Tricia. We also have Imogen has a hand, so if it's okay, I would go to Imogen because she's been waiting patiently to make some remarks.
Thank you. I appreciate what Mawhileo from Tonga said. We have participated in many a COP together. And so I just wanted to kind of echo what David's saying is, it's not all doom and gloom. The contribution that is asked by the developing countries is about $500 or something that's small, but it does open up the door to being able to access bigger resources. So that's what you have to tell your government people when they get, quibble. The other thing is, if you remember back, I think it was COP7 of Stockholm, where we were 7 Pacific Island countries in the room, and we coordinated our statement so that one country or another one read on behalf of, and we took to saying on behalf of the 15 Pacific Island SIDS, because in Africa group, they talk about, I speak for the 55 countries in the Africa group, and it's always impressive. So you might think, well, 55, 15, it's not quite the same, but it is, because we're about 30% of the Asia Pacific total. So it can swing a decision if we speak up. The other thing that I find is tried and true is the written statement, which countries can prepare and send in advance. I learned to do this in the climate change negotiations when small countries like Tuvalu, they would sit down the couple of weeks before the COP and write out what their views were on each of the agenda items that affected them. So this is what we need to do, adopt a similar way of working for the INC as well, is to sit down at home with your stakeholders and get the basic views on the agenda items and then get it written up and sent in, and it goes into the intranet as a country statement or something. So even if you cannot take voice personally, your views have been recorded. So the two different things are, if you are personally present, talk about Pacific Island countries, you know, the number that you represent, because we have these regional statements which are so useful. And then have your own national statement as well, sent in advance on all the agenda items that you know you think you want to comment on. So another thing is for the Bureau member, and back in the day with climate change, you know, we had to have a 8 a.m. meeting for AOSIS because the Bureau member had to go to the Bureau meeting at 9 a.m. and then the plenary started at 10. So it was a big effort, but we made it because those who had been up late updated us from the night before, and then, you know, we just re-clarified our regional position, and then our interventions for the day were coordinated. So we can ask, you know, the Caribbean countries if one of our people could be considered a second, so that if for some reason they can't go to the Bureau meeting, one of our guys can go in place. But it is an onus to be there every day at 8 a.m. However, it has very good results. So I guess the last question about whether non-state actors, what can we do to ensure our needs are reflected during the negotiations? One of my mentors in IPEN said to me, yeah, you as a non-state actor, you should try and act as a resource to assist your government. They are very stretched. They have more than one thing on their mind. They have to, so this is, you know, non-state actors can be useful in getting things, interventions drafted, then you can get them done quickly and send them off overnight so you have your reply by the morning. I'm very hopeful because I've taken part in the Minamata Inks and we were fairly treated as SIDS, but we do have to speak up. I remember asking one of the Caribbean delegates if they would make an intervention of an issue that I felt very strongly about. She said, why are your own people not standing up and making these interventions? You know, I can do it, but it seems odd to me that your own people from the Pacific are not making interventions at the opportune time. And that's when we started to get a bit more organized. So we have what we need. We just have to go ahead and do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Imogen. That was really really helpful, those insights as well from Minamata. And if I might just add as well onto the comments from David about AOSIS, another thing that would be really important is communication with the missions, because a lot of the coordination and preparation for AOSIS happens in New York, and the representative from Antigua and Barbuda, who is on the bureau with the SIDS seat, she's based in New York. That communications with the missions in New York will be really important. And I think Clement from FSM did a fantastic job in Nairobi, in kind of bringing that Pacific perspective. But as far as I'm aware, he was the only person there. So it would be really helpful to ensure the dialogue between capital and mission is there for coordinating with AOSIS. Karen, was there anyone in the room who wanted to add anything on that or respond to the question that Tricia put out there? Anyone?
Just a short comment. I agree fully with what you said about the Asia Pacific concept. And so I think it's probably important that the Asia Pacific representatives don't speak on behalf of the Pacific unless they have the mandate from the Pacific, because sometimes it's representing the Asian view as the Asia Pacific view. It's not right.
Thanks. Thanks for the question. I'm just going to support Mafuleo in terms of the question about what do we want to achieve out of this plastic treaty. I know in the past what the Pacific has been doing through the Pacific Regional Declaration has been more of a bottom-up approach where the declaration is not legally binding, and the pace of how plastic is becoming more and more a problem in the Pacific, it's almost difficult to address this nationally through regulating that. So it really needs a top-down approach. As for myself, what I see to help the Pacific countries and in our work in legislation and policy, as well as the national action plans, which you're providing as part of this work. The top-down approach, someone acknowledged earlier today that this is a corporate issue. It's not a community issue. And we need a solution where the corporate, the likes we talked about Coca-Cola earlier before, there's Pepsi, these large corporates needs to be captured within this treaty. Otherwise, it's just going to fall apart. We won't be able to have such leaps and bounds in how this treaty will make an impact on the management of plastics for us here in the Pacific. So I think if for that key component needs to be incorporated as a top-down approach, where it's addressed from the very outset of where the plastic is produced and where the demand is. And I know that a lot of these corporates say that this is a consumer demand based sort of product. So I think that's where the value will add to us in the Pacific, because we're, as Mafuleo said, we're way down the food chain. And we can regulate as much as we can, but it's not at the pace of what we're seeing. Even we're still deciding whether we're going to regulate through materials or product. You know, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done at the national level, that we really need that top-down approach to match a bottom-up approach that I've had from the Pacific. Thank you.
Hi, Stefano Katz with Pacific Blue Foundation. I just want to continue on the topic that you suggested about the corporate inclusion. Quick example from a different aspect. I work with communities on a seascape level to develop management strategies. And something that we have learned that if we do not include all stakeholders from the initial phases of discussion consultation, it will be very hard down the line, down the road, to actually get then the corporate sector or the private sector on board, because we can't hear what they can offer. What are their ideas and solutions? Now, I'm not representing the corporate sector whatsoever. However, in the Pacific, at least in Fiji, and understanding in a couple of other countries in the Pacific region, there are companies such as Coca-Cola, where they're producing the bottles. The manufacturing facilities are here. Is there a way that we can incorporate these big corporations like Coca-Cola and others in this time for this discussion to understand what are their solutions? Of course, down the road, there will be a place where they will be demanded. There would not be a voluntary contribution. There will be something under our legislation and policy. But to what extent are we talking to the private sector at this stage that are as well, say, to blame with the manufacturing of these products? Thanks.
Thanks for that question. And yeah, really interesting discussion on corporate accountability and how to embed that into the treaty, and also what type of dialogue with the private sector should be taking place. I think, David, you wanted to have a go at answering that, and then obviously if anyone online or in the room wants to jump in, you know, we're obviously always happy to venture a response, but more interested to hear your responses if you can face it at this hour.
Yes, I'm more thinking of kickstarting the discussion than providing a full response to the question, but this is indeed a key element, and one that, let's be honest, we have not really been successful in implementing in other MEAs. And so that will require using probably novel mechanism or novel legal approaches, because so far the question of corporate accountability has not well been covered in other MEAs. My first up, thinking out loud really is that, one, there is probably something to do around the financial mechanism. And ensuring the operationalization of the polluter pays principle will in some way bring in some form of accountability, at least some financial accountability, but that would probably not be enough. In some of the documents that we've published earlier in the previous years about what should be the building blocks of the treaty, we're also discussing remedies for communities that have been impacted by plastic pollution, historical plastic pollution, and that will continue to be impacted through this. Maybe using some of the human rights principles or some of the rights-based approach that are being developed could support or could help bringing or developing some remedy mechanism within the treaty that could provide some form of corporate accountability. Those are just idea and elements, but I think it is also important to realize that this treaty, and we're placing a lot of hopes in the treaty, but this treaty will not solve the plastic pollution problem in and of itself. It will require additional strategies and additional measures to be taken, both in terms of narrative, in terms of maybe activities that could pinpoint, identify who are the main culprits. There are NGOs that do a waste audit every year who identify who are the #1 polluters in the world. There is also a foundation that recently started doing some work identifying who are the funders of the build out of the petrochemical and plastic build out. Currently, there are billions being invested to increase plastic production. Where does the money for this comes from? And so some of the financial institutions have been identified. The treaty can do something to highlight the potential risk to these funders, but there will be other strategies that will be needed to be put in place to also highlight the financial risk, the reputational risk, and other types of risk for the corporation that would not play along or that would possibly decide to play against the treaty. So those are just food for thought, but I'm quite curious to hear other ideas from experts in the room as well.
I'm Terry. May I speak as a financier? Yeah, I'm Terry from ADB. So I like to respond some of the question on the how to get the financing mechanism to support this important initiative. So I think I cite the example of the ESG. You probably many people know it. So after, I think the first is from the IFC Equators rule. So once the financing sectors has been lined up to incorporate the ESG as the key criteria when we conduct the due diligence on the financing to the private sectors, even for private sectors. So it brings the cost to them. So if they don't address this ESG, then they cannot access to the cheaper financing source as they did before. So vice versa, maybe there's a way like the ADB, we are committing $10 billion financing for the ocean health agenda. And then we're helping some of the Pacific country to trying to tap into non-conventional financing to support the island state on the ocean health related initiative, including the plastic waste. So I think that also is a kind of innovation from financing sectors when we take the initiative. Maybe you start small, but you become big, like the case of ESG I just mentioned. So I will stop here.
Thank you so much, Terry. That was really helpful insight on the financing side. Would anyone else like to respond to that? Or has anyone else got any comments or reflections? I think there's a hand in the room.
Patricia again.
No, that's great.
No, it's just something that didn't really clearly come up today. And I think it's probably quite important is for the treaty to address support to research and innovation for, especially for alternatives and safe alternatives to current plastic products. And also in terms of transfer of technologies, you know, how it can be included in the treaty. So the proper technologies for either for managing current plastic waste or for other related purpose are accessible to the countries that don't have these technologies. And that can, perhaps can be linked to the contribution of the corporate sector there to, you know, some obligations to, when they're involved in the sector, to actually transfer some technologies.
Thank you, Patricia. Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and it's a really interesting thing that perhaps can be explored more in the breakout sessions tomorrow, thinking about, you know, when we talk about alternatives and innovation, how we can avoid locking ourselves into potentially regrettable substitutions or, you know, kind of what we would term false solutions. So there are some solutions promoted by industry like chemical or advanced recycling, but you know, we know that these technologies are unproven at scale and also incredibly harmful for the environment from a climate perspective. So you know, we need to create a space to explore, you know, alternatives that are safe and really facilitating a truly safe circular economy. And something, I guess, from my experience in the UK working with the grocery retail sector, what's been quite interesting is, you know, I work with companies on the sort of major supermarkets in the UK on plastic reduction, and we've really seen that they've been supportive of mandatory restrictions related to plastics, kind of because of this sort of technology transfer and infrastructure investment. So for example, you know, the retailers set targets for plastic reduction or for recycling or transition to reuse, but without a level playing field for the sector and without any government investment in enhancing recycling capacity domestically or building infrastructure for reuse and refill, there's really only so far that those companies can go. So we found actually, you know, the retail sector has been a bit of an ally in calling for mandatory restrictions. So we could also think about that, you know, what role companies in the Pacific Islands could play as well. But I'll stop talking because Imogen has a hand. So Imogen, please go ahead.
Thank you. It's just a quick suggestion, which my old colleague from IPEN, Joe DeGangi, used to bring up every time we had these COPs, and he would suggest, you know, that if the chemical industry were to give 1% of its annual turnover towards a trust fund, which could be used to right a lot of wrongs, this would go a great way towards, you know, making progress and also improve their corporate image. Needless to say, they were not crazy about the idea, but I mean, it has merits. You know, you could, 1% is not a great deal and could be a tax shelter. Thank you.
If you allow me just to add something on this particular point, Christina, I will put the link right away of a study that was done in conjunction by CL and IPEN about this very issue. It was done in the context of the chemical and waste UN cluster. So how to finance the chemical and waste provisions, treaties and obligations. But as we know, the plastic value chain is very integrated with the chemical and petrochemical value chain. And so those discussions and those proposals that were put forward in that respect could be very inspiring for the financing of the plastic treaty. In that respect, I can already mention that you'll see, I'll put the link in the chat. The proposal was to implement a 0.1 to 0.5% fee on the sale of a very small number of basic chemicals that are at the basis of all petrochemical industry. So we're talking about 30 chemicals this 0.1% fee on the sale of those 30 chemicals would provide an equivalent of about $12 billion a year. And the advantage of focusing on a small number of chemicals is that those base chemicals, as we call them, which quite a number of them also are part of the plastic production, they're usually produced in a very small number of countries. And so what you would need is only a small number of countries to actually sign on to such a scheme, and you already be covering 70 to 75% of the production of those chemicals. And the African region has just put forward a proposal in that respect in the context of the SAICM, the Strategic Approach for International Chemical Management. And this is something that will be discussed in the context of the chemical area, but clearly this is something that the plastic discussion could also try to find inspiration in. And I'll put the link in the chat right now. Thanks, Imogen, for mentioning this.
Hi, it's me Leo again. I just wanted to support the comment made by regarding the research for alternatives readily available in the region. I have to be honest, I'm not a big fan of biodegradable plastic, because anything that ends with plastic is still plastic to me. So there's no, I'm not aware of how biodegradable is biodegradable plastics, whether they are biodegradable, and how long do they last in the environment before they are biodegradable. However, there are also products, plastic products that I don't know why we need to have an alternative for that. For example, straws. I don't know why you need to drink with a straw. I mean, in the first place, I don't own any paper straw nor any aluminum, lead or iron straw. I don't have that at home. I drink straight from the cup. I think straw is just a luxury a product where if you drink a straw with your a cocktail, it looks sexy. But I think that needs to change. We only need to produce an alternative if it's a need. But if it's a want, then we don't need to cut more trees to make an alternative for plastic. So it's something that we need to educate and to discuss, even in the international convention, what are the products that needs alternative and what are the products that you just don't need an alternative. You just need to change your lifestyle to reduce the use of that certain plastic products. So I mean, it's just a comment from me. I feel that there are alternatives that people are encouraging us to opt instead of plastic, but I see there's no reason why we need to drink with a straw unless it is absolutely necessary for medical reasons, because I understand there are people that might need to use straw for medical reason. So it's just a comment, but I truly support the research on the alternative, because that's what we are looking for, to have that in place. So once we do a banning on a certain plastic product, we need to have that alternative readily available for the community to avoid complaints and also to avoid having to deal with plastic products at the black market. Thank you.
If I can just, it's Sasha in the room. If I can just comment on a couple of things there. We've got one more question in the room. Just on the alternatives or straws, we have to be careful in any policy frameworks that we put forward, and I'm sure everyone else can speak to this, that we're not impacting people who are vulnerable, people with disabilities, women, gendered impacts, etc. But just we do have one question in the room, and then I know that there's a few countries online. So just if we could, we've got Cook Islands and Tonga and Samoa in the room. I understand there's Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Fiji, PNG online. And Niue is here too. Oh, and online. We're everywhere. Okay, this is great. My apologies. Excellent. You all know that. So just wondering if there was any more comments from countries. I'm going to hand over here in the room and then.
Thank you. Stefano here again. Comment/question about sustainable financing. We're trying to develop a regional framework. However, how can we look into the national and local in regards to financing? In Fiji, every business in particular in the tourism sector, from what I'm familiar with, have to pay an environmental levy. These are funds that go somewhere into the government, I believe into the Ministry of Environment. Sorry if I'm not that familiar with the specifics. Not too sure about the transparency of the usage of those funds. Is there a way to include those funds, which part of my work, I do work directly with the tourism sector. And many times I get comments, hey, we are paying so much taxes that are supposed to go towards what you are trying to do with the communities. Transparency about the usage of these kind of levies as one, and how maybe there could be a dedication of some of that towards part of this work. Secondly, in the local level, as I mentioned with the tourism sector, for instance, how there could be voluntary agreements at this stage that could be eventually put into policy and legislation, where there are like local geographical areas confined with the communities and different stakeholders, particularly the private sector, that can be getting incentives, such as a green label or whatever, that can promote them to actually do more. And I know that there is an intent of many to do so. There's just no framework to do that. Another element is the social corporate responsibility. Any industry and any company here has the ability to contribute towards something. Many of those don't really know where to put that money into. So there's many of these opportunities in the local and national level that perhaps can as well be looked upon as a potential framework that can then be expanded into the regional level. So the question is anybody looking into those? And is that something that could be suitable? Thank you.
Anybody want to respond to that?
No? I would say that, yes, a lot of the ideas that you just presented are not unheard of or are not completely new to the discussions. They're being proposed by different stakeholders or different participants. I must say that my perspective is that the past 30 years have really taught us that voluntary commitment, they don't work. Unfortunately, they don't work. There are studies that are being done, that have been done recently, trying to assess the level of implementation of the quite public voluntary commitment that were taken either by corporations or by countries, and they just fail. And the situation we're in right now is that because it requires not just goodwill, but it also requires strict rules to level the playing field and to ensure that no one can take advantage of these different elements. So yes, people are thinking about this, and it is definitely part of the discussion. It was part of the discussion in the mandate, in the discussion with UNIA around whether the treaty would mostly integrate provisions around voluntary initiatives or be legally binding and voluntary. And I think what came out of the discussion in the room is that there was overwhelming support to ensure that the treaty would be legally binding and could also include voluntary measures for countries to adopt or to put in place, but with the strong recognition that a lot of this would not be enough. As to the various elements of financing that you mentioned, yes, there are a number of those elements that are also being looked into. but a lot of the efforts in most of the countries are really to try to identify what sort of legally binding mechanism can be put in place. Only funding for the activities that need to be undertaken for the implementations of policies and provisions.
All right, Tricia.
Thanks. I was just going to do to respond to Leo from Paul actually as well. And I was also going to respond to Stefan, but I think David's done a great job of that. Other than I would say to that, just there's so many different financial mechanisms and product stewardship options available, and there's no one size fits all. So I think it's a matter of exploring what's out there and looking at what works to incentivize private sector to work together towards public-private partnerships, if in fact that works for you, or if it, indeed to incentivize in a way that works for both parties and come to some kind of common ground in order to. But I agree with David in that voluntary schemes have not worked. That's why we are where we are now. So there needs to be a more robust mechanism and nationally mandated extended producer responsibility schemes, which actually is something that many producers want, because they want to level the playing field, and they also want to streamline their standardization in their systems in that way as well, to get support from the outside and create sustainable financial mechanisms to ensure that that happens and supports the process. They're very unhappy usually about people sitting outside of that. So therefore it's a matter of pulling, making sure that everybody's involved. Sorry, but back to Leo very quickly. I just wanted to say, and I can hear it from your intervention anyway, that you often hear talking about responses to plastics pollution problem as being swapping one material for a substitute material, and that's a zero-sum game and there's no other options around it. But I can hear you also saying we don't need this at all. And so it just made me think about the fact that we need to constantly draw our discourse back to the fact that we can move away from materials in quite a few cases to talk about alternative delivery systems. That's a really zero waste approach where we don't actually need more materials, more resources, natural resources, more extraction and more carbon used in the whole process of those introductions of alternative materials, whether they're better or not.
So I might just raise something that's happening under UNEP with issue briefs that they're developing. And one of them is on avoidable, unnecessary, avoidable and problematic plastics, so UAPP. Whether that's the kind of thing that can be used in the agreement for elimination and phase outs, etc. But obviously it's very context specific. So to put definitions around that might be difficult, but basically the unavoidable is what you're talking about. We don't need it at all. We don't need that product. Whereas the avoidable probably serves a purpose in society, but it can be made of less plastic or no plastic, or we can have different business systems around it that require less plastic or not use that product at all, etc. And then there's the problematic ones, which also serve a purpose in society, but we need to make them out of plastic. So what do we do with those? How do we design them properly, etc. And same for the. So it may be something that we can work into the agreement, but again, it's going to be difficult to define because what's unnecessary in one country might be necessary in another. So that could just introduce more complications, but yeah.
Shall I have a go? So I'm Emily, and more recently I've become involved in the Mercury Free campaign, and I came here because I wanted to look at the linkages, and I was the head of Pacific Island Association of NGOs for a long time. So I'm one of those NGO people that have walked up and down and gone around the world screaming and shouting at governments. But I think the climate issue has shown how governments and NGOs and communities can come together at the global stage. And I'm just thinking that this can work here. And I think it was Anthony who said something about, climate pollution and diversity. And I think if we come at it from the nexus, I'm just thinking of communities, because I think for the last 30 years, and I was a permanent secretary in government, so I'm not saying bad things about officials, but I think for the last 30 years, our officials would go off, sign off on these agreements and come back and try to get communities to implement them. So I think there's an opportunity here, and I see there's going to be a stakeholder consultation of some sort. So maybe, I was just thinking of this nexus between climate, health, and biodiversity. Because when we go to communities, we can't have one conversation on plastic, another one on mercury, and another one on climate, and like, I'm just thinking of diapers. I mean, that's the big thing now. How do we engage communities? So I'm thinking, and because we've when I'm just thinking, how do we explain this to ordinary people? I think the whole thing on oceans, from the Pacific, I think in this narrative, oceans, and we've really developed a lot of strong arguments about, oceans livelihood, it's our industry, it's our a big thing. And I think somebody in this presentation said, maybe GHG emissions might be too high level, but I'm thinking, like that brings in the climate thing as well. So I guess what I was going through in my head, like for many of us in the non-state actor, because we don't work for a particular government department or a particular, I think if we became involved in this issue, we could also take the messages, the key messages, and get involved in the advocacy, so that quite the two tracks. So while the government officials are going into the negotiations, we could be also making noises and bring not so much NGO voices, but community voices, our survival issues, and then also our resilience. Like before the plastics came, we had string bags, we had all of that. So I think using the word resilience, because it's not about alternatives. I mean, we did these things and then the alternatives came in. Plastic is an alternative to our spring bag. So it's kind of that paradigm shift. And I think that's something we NGOs or we stakeholders can be doing alongside these negotiations. And I think I heard the person from UNEP saying that there will be Pacific consultations. So maybe during our Pacific consultations, we could also be working alongside our government officials to be raising awareness, maybe a communication campaign to try and get these issues until you get it right up to the global, well, it's a global level, but, get it to where we want it to go. Because I think when we say plastic, people think of plastic bag. Like I never thought about micro, like a lot of the words, and I think a lot of the scientific and industrial words are kind of lost a lot at that community level. But I think we can also be involved in trying to break down what are some of the key communication messages that could go out at the community, so that we can also provide the political pressure, if you like, if our officials are finding it difficult to push things through, because there's a lot of competing priorities.
Anyone else online?
It doesn't look like it. Yeah, there's no further hands.
Thank you. Just on the questions on the national commitment, national efforts. In the case of Samoa, at the moment we are developing a zero waste, the circular economy waste management policy. Basically looking at strengthening our recycling efforts on a national level. Also, the importance of looking into legislations, developing regulations, specific regulations. We are also under the Backwards project looking to develop our regulations on e-waste and also supporting the sustainable financing mechanisms where we can use waste levy as something to assist the government, to fund some of our national efforts in terms of waste management. So Yes, we've been coming a long way. We see the importance of spearheading, like, our collective efforts in terms of protecting our region, like, from plastics, and some of this initiative, like, looking into having a national policy, setting our key priorities and working towards implementing it, and also guided by the legislations will make a big difference, like, on our national efforts and how we look into best management of plastic within our region. Thank you.
Bradley?
Thanks, and thanks, Philip, for raising that. It's been sort of floating in my head a little bit, and I just wanted to reflect on some work that has been happening over the last few years, and more recently, a webinar that's happened. So a lot of discussion, rightly so, has been talking about sustainable financing mechanisms for this work. Samoa's just mentioned the policy work and the legislative and regulation work that they're going through. SPREP, through my project and others, are working with 9 countries at the moment on the development of legislation that is similar to this work. And as Karen's mentioned before, the implementation of national legislation to support whatever happens in the treaty is going to be important. Reflecting on other MEAs, I know there's a number of signatories in the room that may not have succeeded in getting a lot of their MEA requirements into national legislation. We had a webinar on sustainable financing work only 3 weeks ago and heard from some countries that have taken over 5 years to get this legislation drafted, and it still hasn't been able to get to Parliament for lots of reasons. And I guess thinking now about the conversations that need to happen through the INC process and the particular burden and onus that will be on countries to respond to those when the treaty is in force would be really interesting to reflect on that work now, because SPREP has made the offer of how do we support you in these negotiations, but larger than that, how do we support you in the implementation of this work? So what are those barriers for legislative change and implementation? Is there work that we and other crop agencies can help with ministerial briefs or sessions with AG's offices or other things? If we know there are challenges because of the process, and that process is reasonable and it's appropriate and it needs to happen, but what other support services can or should be provided through this work? And necessarily thinking about the treaty work, is this extra requests that the Pacific should be putting forward and claiming for additional support at the outset to bring in these new PSS schemes or other systems that don't largely exist here, that metropolitan countries will? I think these are the sorts of things that would be really interesting for each country to consider, to reflect on what are their issues and their challenges, and bring those up through these processes over the next 6 to 12 weeks before the Uruguay meeting, and really help to understand what's needed, what should go into a treaty, and what should go to other crop agencies as real requests for support, because there are a lot of projects operating at the moment that can divert into this and can offer this support. We just don't know what it is that you need. So let's use this process to answer a number of questions and make sure that the Pacific is in the best position it can entering into these negotiations moving forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Bradley. Anyone else in the room? Right. Ah, you have a microphone?
I would like to acknowledge and thank all other comments that have the presentations and the comments that have been shared. I would like to also share a few of my thoughts about all this, trying to, understand and share what my opinion is as I listen to the comments. At this time, and for Vanuatu at this time, we're very excited with some of the things that are happening with some of our work in waste management. And we have PACWIS supporting us with with a JICA initiated project on CDS. And I'm sure, like my other colleagues have said, there are works that's starting on addressing plastic pollution. And I think I would like to stress that all of us, I think it's in terms of, financial and human resources that makes it a bit difficult for many of us to progress a lot of the work that we have to do in various roles in our countries. And we really appreciate the support of SPREP through other projects that help us to move some of this work forward. I think I would, I also work as an ozone officer, and I see the multilateral fund is a very good means that if we could, perhaps I'm just sharing my opinion here, that we could have something like that in place to support our like SPREP would be like our regional center, would say, yeah. Well, it is for other conventions. So we could support more of that to support us nationally. For example, in Vanuatu, I'm not just the ozone officer, I'm also looking at the other waste chemical management, and like others have already raised, it took so long for the Pacific Island countries to, have in place the policies and legislation for chemical management, or to have in place the obligations to the other MEAs. So we have slowly, because of so many reasons, slowly the countries are getting to that stage. And I applaud the work of SPREP to support us in all this. So I would really, in my opinion, really would think that this should be funding that should be supportive, more support to the regional centers to support the countries. And like I see in what the work with the ozone work that we do, we have the Asia Pacific region, so kind of similar, I would say, for a regional center, and they support not only just in the work, the activities that we do, they also have the funding also supports other staff, which is, human capacity is a big issue in most of the countries. So that supports that as well as, and that also, and the government also supports as well. But having a good support to the regional center to support us in our national activities, I see as something that we should really consider to push us in whatever activities that we see as priorities to address plastic pollution at the national level. So yeah, I'd just like to share that and see how we go with our discussions here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if anyone else wanted to speak. If not, I'm happy to try and summarize what we've discussed, or just to reflect back, and then just offer a last chance for anyone for anything that was missed in that summary. Oh wait, no, there's a hand. Go ahead.
Hello, Boga from PNG. Most of the priorities that were had by our fellow participants from the other Pacific Island countries about it's a bit similar. We share the same sentiments, but I just want to weigh one of the key priorities for Papua New Guinea. Most of the product that we use in countries, plastics, we import. So this in terms of technology transfer, I'm pretty sure trying to air my view, the treaty should look at, like, we should have in-country testing facilities, because the current situation in Papua New Guinea, we only have a regulation on plastic biodegradable plastic shopping bags. So whenever the customs especially the PNG customs, like flags the Department of Environment that there is an illegal shipment, and we go and do the monitoring or the compliance inspection. We don't know that that product is a biodegradable or non-biodegradable. So we just go through the labelings on the product, and if otherwise we get the samples and send it out to overseas, the developed countries, to be tested. So yeah, that's one of the priorities for Papua New Guinea. We should have like testing facilities in country to make sure that the products that are coming in country are biodegradable or non-biodegradable. Thank you.
Over to you, Chris.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that that intervention. That was really a really useful insight, which I don't think anyone has actually touched on yet so far. So I'll have a go at just kind of summarizing some of the key points from this discussion, and please, if anyone wants to add anything, don't be shy. But so within this kind of wide-ranging conversation, we've covered quite a few different things. So we've talked about bureau representation, so quite practical stuff related to the INC itself, and the fact that the Asia Pacific regional group doesn't really represent the needs and the needs and priorities of the Pacific. So then there was a conversation about the fact there is a bureau seat reserved for SIDS, which Antigua and Barbuda has taken. And so, there was a conversation about how to improve that coordination through AOSIS and make sure the opportunity of that SIDS seat is really maximised during the INC to ensure that priorities, at least for large ocean and small island developing states, are actually reflected in the context of the agreement. We've talked about corporate accountability and what kind of approaches could be used to embed that within the treaty. And I think that's something that will probably be explored a bit further in the clusters, which also led to a conversation around different fiscal measures, sustainable financing, the role of ESG principles, and also a conversation about the multilateral fund. There was just then a positive example on the multilateral fund under the Montreal Protocol, and a suggestion about how perhaps funds could be coordinated through SPREP as a kind of regional convening or host for funds to be dispersed at a national level according to priorities. So that's perhaps something to be explored a bit further tomorrow. We've also discussed the kind of principles of the waste hierarchy when we're thinking about the policy measures. So whether we really want to look at alternatives, so different kinds of plastics or different materials, or actually think rather, what materials do we not even need? So I guess the zero waste kind of concept. There was also some discussion around the role of civil society in engaging governments, and the opportunity for kind of collaborative policymaking between non-state actors and governments, and civil society acting as a resource for governments, especially if the governments don't have a lot of capacity. And a really great point was made about the interlinkages between the climate emergency, biodiversity loss, and pollution. This really is a triple planetary threat, and plastic pollution can't be viewed just as one topic by itself. It's got to be viewed in the wider context of the environmental threats that we're facing. And oh yeah, Joyce, we'll come to you, by the way. I'll just finish wrapping up and then I'll hand over. And so, yeah, we talked a little bit about national obligations and the challenges around that. So, what support's actually required at the national level to support implementation and legislation. And also, what is the role of the crop agencies here? Now is the opportunity, over the next 2 days to really speak to Bradley. Sorry, Bradley, for putting you on the spot. But, what are the actual needs? How can crop agencies support you? And, if those requests go in now, perhaps that can get moving before the first INC. I think there was a suggestion, if I heard correctly, about the opportunity to write ministerial briefs or doing dedicated sessions on specific topics to build capacity as an offer that was on the table. And then there was just that comment now about imports. So, a very specific need for PNG is around how to monitor imports and testing facilities to ensure you can products that are being imported are compliant with national regulations. So that was a really concrete example of something that was a priority for PNG and perhaps other countries as well. So I think, I mean, I hope that was the bulk of the sort of content. We had one request online from Joyce to add something. So I'll pass over to Joyce, and then I think there's 1 or 2 minutes if there was anything else I missed or anything that you think is really important to capture within this discussion that we can just have as a final point. So Joyce.
Hi, everyone. Greetings from the island of Chuuk in the FSM. I just have a little concern to raise among us. The concern is about biodegradable plastics. Here in Chuuk, we have a law that bans plastic bags to come into the island. But our problem is that I believe the vendors have been importing plastic bags that are not biodegradable. So my concern or request to you, if you can help our islands to have a mechanism to help us identify which plastic bag is biodegradable and which is not. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joyce. Yeah, that sounds very similar to the request from PNG. So, I would recommend that that's sort of captured as something for the discussions around specific needs and priorities. So thank you so much for sharing that. I think that might be it. So I will just say thank you so much to everyone for participating in this session. I'm not in the room with you, but I imagine you're all quite tired, although Sasha tells me that the air conditioning is back on, which I'm sure helps. But you've all been really great and the participation has been excellent. So yeah, just wanted to thank everyone for all of your valuable contributions, and hopefully it's given some food for thought to take forward into the clusters as well. So thank you from the online realm.
Hey, Christina. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, David. And thank you, Karen. Thank you to all the online participants for hanging in there, and especially those that are making in quite early in the morning or quite late at night. So thank you very much. To all our colleagues here and those that are online, we'll finish for the day today, and we will come back tomorrow at 8:30 for a recap until 9 o'clock. And then we'll break up into the clusters tomorrow. The clusters tomorrow, instead of the 1 hour clusters which we had for the clusters, we will reduce the time to 45 minutes for each round. So each cluster will have 90 minutes in total to go through the World Cafe Switch 2-round concepts. So that'll begin at 9 o'clock. So thank you, everybody. May you have a great evening, have a great morning, have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening.
Bye, David.
Thank you. Bye.